What's up, everybody? How's it going? Welcome to welcome to the SANDDAO podcast number 60. Thank you so much for the raid, Lucas and Kami, coming from the Sandbox game. What you are in now is the SANDDAO podcast, which is all about the Sandbox DAO. Today is our 60th episode. 60 episodes. We started this last May when the DAO began, and today is one of the concluding episodes for a 4-part miniseries where we went over quite a bit. Started with SANDDAO 34. We looked into the Sandbox DAO's beginnings. And then fast forward to SANDDAO 56. We did a reading of the Cayman Islands law. 57, which was not that long ago, a couple weeks ago, we did a review of the DAO case law. And 59, which we did last week, where we had 2 Cayman Islands lawyers on to help us talk about things, all sorts of things regarding foundation companies, how they're formed. Did a lot of Q&A answering. So today, as I mentioned, is part 4, where we are going to do a read through of the Memo of Association and Articles of Association for the Sandbox DAO Foundation. And a lot of these things you'll have already heard in a previous podcast. Thank you again to Kami and Lucas for rating. Hello, Tom Voxel, King Charles, Jazz Wolf. I see all y'all in the chat. Happy you're here. So, scope of the talk is going to be an analysis of the facts. It's going to be all things that are public. There's no accusation or smear campaign going on here. It's all about transparency to help us to make good decisions within our DAO. Hello, Dr. Metaverso. Salam Avivi. All great people. Disclaimer, I do not represent the Sandbox game or the Sandbox Foundation. I'm not your financial or legal advisor. Nothing I say is to be taken as financial legal advice. I'm just a community member. That's all I am, just a community member. When I say the word SIP, I mean Sandbox Improvement Proposal. When I use the word DAO, I mean Decentralized Autonomous Organization. And when I say SandFam, I mean Sandbox Community, those who participate in the people, product, and purpose of the Sandbox ecosystem. That ecosystem looks a little bit like this. We went over it in SANDDAO 31. It's still my highest viewed episode. SANDDAO 31. Just a nice little. What are we left with? How's it all function together? You have on the left. That was SANDDAO 31 way back when. And today's episode is squarely within the DAO. Just look a little bit over here. Or I guess that way. Yeah, that way. It's squarely on the DAO here. And what it is that we do, how we do things. So in the people sector, you have the gamers all the way down to the Sandbox team, who just thank you very much for the raid, for the Sandbox team. The product, everything from the game client to the DAO itself, and the purpose, what was originally described in the white paper back in 2020, and also expounded upon by Sebastian Bourget and Arthur Madrid, who is the co-founders, and then Yatsu, who's chairman of Animoca Brands. All that comes together to form the ecosystem. I am your host, Lanzer. I am president of MetaWorlds, which is a studio we've published two experiences, Floor Droppers and Lava Defense, which was Game Maker Fun 2023 and Builders Challenge 1. Whew. And we made it in Alpha Season 4. I still have to pinch myself every day that we actually made it into Alpha Season 4 for Floor Droppers. Today is 4-part series. All right, part 1 was episode 56. That was way back in January. So 2 months ago. That where we went over Cayman Island law. We went over the reading of the various laws. We actually read through them, talked about all the interesting stuff that we had to get through in order to figure out what is it that we are doing in the Cayman Islands. We heard a nice story from Kami about how things became the way they were, how the Cayman Islands became a British protectorate, why they don't have income, taxable income, or any sort of income on corporate revenue, because story goes way back when they saved a British monarch or member of the British royal family. The British monarch, the king at the time, said, "What do you want? It's yours." And they said, "We want to be never taxed by the British Empire." And hence, why they still do it. That's a myth. And I will, when I do, probably part 5, I'm going to try and get the lawyers back on, do a Q&A. I'm going to ask them that because they live there. So, and that was part 3. So part 1 was a research into Cayman Island law. We talked about it. We applied it as best we could. And then part 2, we discussed with Ernest Lee, a practicing attorney in the United States. We talked about case law, what has been decided in court. Comparison of DUNAs, LLDs, DAO LLCs, and trusts, Gurney trusts. Part 3 we just did, which was a look into foundation companies, DAOs, and virtual assets. That was a Q&A with Melissa and Carolyn from Walker's Global, a law firm, international law firm, by the way, that is currently servicing DAOs. So all my friends over at ApeCoin DAO and Star Atlas DAO, Walker's Global is helping to represent you. And they are also provide some company management services in the Grand Cayman Islands. Today is part 4. So we're going to recap a little bit how we got here, SANDDAO 34, 56, 57, 59. Then we would be doing a reading of the Memo of Association, the Articles of Association, the Bylaws. Look, take you into the entity search within Cayman Islands Registry so that you can see a lot of this for yourself. And our remaining Q&A, if there is a part 5, it will be to carry over that Q&A with the lawyers from our friends over at Walker's Global, who was fabulous. Take a go look at episode 59. So let's get into this recap. All right, we're gonna breeze through this just like we did with episode 59. Episodes 34, 56, 57, and 59 are the foundation of what you're about to hear now. So we talked a little bit about the relationship map, what I thought was going on when it came to who did what, all the entities at play. It looked a little bit like this, and I still know that there are some things in here that are not correct. So if I can get time to it before the next podcast episode, I'll correct a lot of this. I'm pretty sure Fleet Collective is not a part in play as much as I thought. And then there's some relationship here stuff that has been clarified by Cyril. And there's going to be a future Digging in the Sand podcast episode, which will clarify a lot of this. So wonderful stuff. I mentioned last episode, in episode 59, that it looked weird at first when we first did this in episode 34, way back when, that it looked weird that all of the DAO's key players were on the same street in the same town on the island. But as we looked into episode 56, we started to understand why that actually occurred. There are some really good reasons why Cayman entities are providing all of these services. It's a small island. It's a very small island. So that business district right there is where all the stuff happens. So it's actually not that unusual to Cayman Island, people who live in the Cayman Islands, which, as we learned from our guests in last episode, there are actually 3 Cayman Islands. So Grand Cayman Islands is just the biggest one where all the stuff happens. Did not know that. Fascinating stuff. Hey, Play Games for Fun. Good to see you in the chat. Thank you for coming. And Tom, thank you for the congratulations. Yes, this is episode 60. 60. So all of the reading that we did through in episode 56, where we read through the law, we actually read through all the hundreds of pages it was. There are some good reasons why management services, the director, the secretary, legal counsel, and management services, you'll find them in the Grand Cayman Islands. It's a very robust business environment. It's very tax friendly. It views laws favorably. And also, as we learned in last episode, the tokens are not seen as securities by the Grand Cayman Islands. So there are a lot of benefits to DAOs going to the Grand Cayman Islands. So we started going through the reg stack, right? That was our Companies Act, our Foundations Company Law, our Companies Management Act, our Directors Registration and Licensing Law, the Citation of Acts of Parliament Law, the Virtual Asset Service Provider Act, and the Securities Investment Business Law. All right, that was part 1. And then in part 2, we went over the case law with Ernest. And then part 3, which we just did, was our professional law from input from Walker's Global. So when you look at all of these key words, all in the foundation documents for our DAO, you start to see all of these buzzwords, right? And in episode 56, when we did the reg stack, we went over all of these words, and you should have a pretty good understanding, if you've watched them by now, what a subscriber is. Why did we pay $50? What is a memo of association? What is limited by guarantee? What is a foundation company? Why does it need to be without any share capital for us? All of these things became important. And as we read through them today, you will now understand how they all apply, which is what today's episode is about, applying everything we've learned. We also went through what I thought was happening, my best guess for the creation of the foundation company. And as we learned in episode 59, I got a few things wrong. That's okay. I did the best I could with what I had. And then the experts came on in episode 59, clarified a bit more where the DAO selects service providers and selects its legal advisor. That legal advisor then provides advice. The DAO will select its corporate services, so that's the director and the secretary. The secretary is licensed by CIMA. The director is not. Most of the time, we learned in episode 59, the director is not licensed by the director's registration and licensing law. That would only apply under security. So I did get that one right when I questioned it. So we reflect it here. And then the Memorandum of Association, the Articles of Association, which is called the Constitution, it's created. The registrar will declare the foundation company to be a foundation company, and it's incorporated within the Grand Cayman Islands. All of that means that you can become a foundation company and start doing stuff, start DAOing for us. And there's still a question to me as to how that plays out day to day, but we are learning that a lot more now with Digging in the Sand podcast with Cyril explaining how things work, and also with our lawyer guests, who I hope to have back on, and we can start talking about a little bit how these entities all and responsibilities all play together. But today we'll be answering that for ourselves. That TLDR was in the foundation company. That foundation company word is both the name of the Sandbox DAO and a type of company within the Grand Cayman Islands. It's flexible in how it's structured and operates. An exempted company means the company that does business outside of the Grand Cayman Islands. Limited by guarantee means that a member of the foundation can only lose what they put into the company. Without any share capital means that as far as units of ownership, no units of ownership were created when the foundation company, was formed. Articles and Memorandum of Association means the memo creates the foundation company, the articles describe how it will be operated, and the bylaws establishes internal business rules. All three of which we will be reading through today. Lots of business is done in the Cayman Islands. Almost 1,000 companies registered in 1 month alone, and there are 121,000 companies that are active within the Grand Cayman Islands. That is a lot of business being done. Foundation rules are flexible and varied. That is why you see a lot of resignation, stand up things, and all the stuff we described in our last episode 59. Subscriber and secretary roles are very important. Member, director, officer, supervisor, manager roles all seem secondary, but that's only to how the foundation is stood up. As we learned in episode 59, there is a transition from a director led to a token holder led. All right, we also then in part 2, that's episode 57, SANDDAO 57 with Ernest, who is a practicing lawyer in the United States. We talked about all of the current DAOs things that are happening with Oki DAO, BZX DAO, Lido DAO, some things that are currently on our minds. We also went over some opinions, some different court decisions, how it plays into, the Dapper Labs, Uniswap, Tornado Cash, Compound DAO, Coinbase, which I just watched another episode with Coinbase and their lawyer talking about how the changing administration is bringing different regulatory changes. So check out that. Just look Coinbase lawyer podcast, and you'll see some of the ones that just was posted. We looked over the SEC's investigative report back in 2017, also its framework in April 2019. And then we talked about some important jurisdictional concepts called the long arm statute, which basically means that the United States can touch or sue a company outside of the United States, the conduct and effects test, and the Dodd-Frank Act, which pretty much reinforces what I just said. All right. We also went over the United States version of a foundation company called a DAO LLC, how Tennessee, Vermont, Utah, Wyoming all have different types of DAO LLCs. And particularly what you hear a lot nowadays is the DUNA, Decentralized Unincorporated Nonprofit Associations, which we learned under the state of Wyoming takes a nonprofit LLC approach to DAOs, whereas an LLD, a limited liability decentralized autonomous organization, LLD, is in the state of Utah. They take a more for-profit approach to DAO LLCs. All right, we went over all of that. And then we went into our opinion pieces that we were looking at, one of which was the Walker's Global. Those two authors were Melissa Lim and Carolyn Kelly, who we just had on in our episode 59. That was part 3. We went over why would a DAO form in a Cayman Islands Foundation company in the Cayman Islands. We learned a lot of cool stuff about separate legal personalities, it being memberless, the shield of liability, real world contracts that it can do things off chain. We went over through a timeline of events that basically went over how foundation companies are formed. And this is according to Walker's Global. So Walker's Global is one council that you can choose to do it of many. And clearly Walker's Global has done this a lot. They're an international firm. So they went through the whole director-led, the token holder-led, which I did not know. That was the most surprising thing, is the phased approach that DAO companies take. And then we went, what documents are required to form a foundation company? That is the basis of today, which is the Memorandum of Association, the Articles of Association. We'll be talking through all of these things here today, episode 60, part 4. You are now caught up. But if you want to take a look at those episodes in depth, 56, 57, 59, and 60, and you'll see all the stuff we learned up until today. Hey, Play Games for Fun, how are you doing in the chat? So here's how we're going to approach today. We're going to take a look at all of the things that are in SIPs 1, 2, and 3. And we're going to do this from scratch. I used to have this whole like pre-prepared things, but after we take in all of what we learned from the past 4 parts, I'm going to do this from scratch as if I've never seen this before. But having read and understood everything that we have talked about up until this point. Okay, so we're going to start with the Memorandum of Association, which is called the Constitution, the Articles of Association, which is also part of the Constitution. Then we're going to go through the Bylaws, which is not the Constitution, and you'll go over why that's important that I lined that out there. Then we'll go over the Sandbox DAO Entity Search. We'll look at the Stamp DAO Document Search and the regulated entities, all of which you can publicly search for yourself right now if you really wanted to. All right, then we'll go over whatever remaining questions that we have as we talk through all this stuff, and then we will conclude and talk about what's going to happen next. Okay? Play Game for Fun said he's doing good, trying to create mini games. Yep, Builders Challenge 3 is started, right? Right around the corner, or started. So please participate if you'd like. Participate in our ecosystem. If you are new, go check out the Game Maker and the Vox Edit. It's free, it's in-house. And go sign up for Magic Palette, which will make your life so much easier when it comes to creating your maps, creating your experiences. All right, let's get into it. So we start first with the Memorandum of Association. It is part of the Constitution. The Constitution is the memo and the articles. Well, the Sandbox Foundation and currently the Memo of Association is mentioned in SIP number 2. SIP number 2 is, we'll go to our proposals here on our website, the Sandbox DAO website, go under proposals, voting SIPs. If you scroll all the way down the bottom, go to page 2, go to SIP number 2 here, and you'll see SIP number 2 was a resubmitted SIP, the Sandbox Foundation. All right, we're not going to spend a whole lot of time here. This is publicly available. It can be read quite easily. So here's SIP number 2. It had a yes vote. 93% of the community voted yes. And this SIP wanted to recognize the role of and to approve the steps taken to form the Sandbox Foundation as a legal entity supporting the Sandbox DAO. There's a lot of stuff in here that's really interesting. We will go over the actual document itself. So the foundation will be supported by a professional independent director, a supervisor, a secretary, and a registered office, legal and compliance counsel. Okay, so the authorship was Arasakio, and ratify the engagement of the law firm Travers Thorpe Alberga, TTA, as legal counsel. Ratify the constitution of the constitutional documents of the foundation. Formally recognize the foundation as a Cayman Island entity aligned with and supporting the DAO. So that's the wrapping of the DAO that we learned about in episode 59. Ratify International Corporation Services Limited as a professional provider of secretary and registered services to the foundation. Ratify International Protectors and Advisors Limited as the founder and supervisor to the DAO. So those key words there we're about to learn about. Well, we already learned about, we're about to read. Ratify the legal expenses. Ratify the engagement of Michael Robinson as a professional independent director of the foundation and associated fees. So here we talk a lot of stuff here that we're about to read through. All right, so these are some TLDRs, but we're going to go through this in its entirety. Cayman Island law requires a supervisor. We learned about that in episode 56, I believe it was, right? That was the one where we first went into the reading through everything. So we learned about it here, episode 56, and how the registered office plays a part per the law, which we learned about in 56. Over here. And they engage TTA to advise the foundation's formation. There's a lot of benefits to it. And there's a risk analysis that the Cayman Island Foundation is not a guarantee that DAO members will not be found liable for actions taken by the foundation based on the vote of such members. The reason why, as we learned, was because in episode 57, when we talked to Ernest, there's a lot of unresolved case law. And in 59, with our Cayman Island lawyer guests, we learned that a lot of these things have not been fully tested yet because foundation companies are only 4, 5, 6 years old. Okay. And we went over a summary here. There were some legal fees that we approved, some director services that we approved, metrics of success is that the foundation is ratified. And here we go, the appendix. The appendix is where you will find the articles and the Memorandum of Association. So we are currently talking about the Memo of Association. And let's go. Let's read through it. So while I'm reading, I'm going to be adding to this. That's going to be the whole thing. And then we will do that until we are done. It will take as long as it takes because this episode I've been building up to for a long time. So it's going to take as long as it's going to take. Here we go. So I just clicked the link in SIP number 2. You can look at this as well. It has a cover page, Memorandum of Association of the Sandbox Foundation, a foundation company limited by guarantee without any share capital. So over in our TLDR earlier in this episode, we went over what these words mean. Limited by guarantee means the founders only are liable for what it is that they guarantee. So normally that's money or assets that they give to the foundation company. Without any share capital means that the founders, there are no shareholders that have any units of ownership. Okay. Down on the cover page is the registered office, which we learned in SANDDAO 56 is required. You have to have a registered office, and you must, in the articles, explain where they are located. So we did some explanations for where South Church Street was in Georgetown on the Grand Cayman Islands and the building that it was in. So that was this one here in the Grand Cayman Islands. Right there. Harbor Building and Uglan Building. That's on South Church Street. Okay. Down here in the bottom right, you might probably easy to miss is hold on just a second. Okay. So in the top right, you'll see the Grand Cayman Islands there and exempted foundation company registered and filed as number 404930 on 20 November 2023. When we get to the entity search, you'll see just how you can use that information to publicly search things that are publicly available. I will show you how to do that. All right, an exempted company means that it is exempted from a lot of the rules that a company in the Grand Cayman Islands, so any normal business in the Grand Cayman Islands, like the local feed store or the bait and tackle shop, whatever, they are not an exempted foundation company. They're not an exempted company. Whereas a foundation company is exempted, meaning it does its business outside of the Grand Cayman Islands. So there's the assistant registrar, which is a required signature in order to make this document go into effect. And then down below, we have the authorization code. That is an important thing if you want to search what this document is in the public search. So authorization code H61869906112, and you can verify it there. The link verify.gov.ky. I already did that for you. I will show you later on what that looks like. All right. Page 2 of 5. Memorandum of Association of the Sandbox Foundation, a foundation company limited by guarantee without any share capital. Okay, so it kind of repeats there. Section 1. The name of the foundation company is the Sandbox Foundation. As we learned, the foundation is not just a noun, it is also a verb. It describes what type of company we have in the Grand Cayman Islands. Section 2. The foundation company is a company within the meaning of the Companies Act, revised, and the foundation company and a foundation company within the means of the Foundations Company Act. And again, the reason why you'll see Foundation Company Law, Companies Act, Foundation Company Act is because in one of the read-throughs that we did in our reg stack for SANDDAO 56, we learned that what used to be called law was then revised to everything was going to be called an act back in like 2019, 2020. So that was just something that I guess the ruling body of the Grand Cayman Islands decided to reduce confusion. We're just going to call everything that was used to be called a law is now called an act. Okay, the registered office of the foundation company shall be at the offices of Air National Corporation Standards Limited, P.O. Box 472, second floor, Harbor Place, 103 South Church Street, Georgetown, Grand Caymans, KY1 1106, in the Grand Caymans, or at such other place as the directors may from time to time decide. So there's your exemption right there. Where the Grand Cayman Islands, we have a foundation company that's exempted under them, but we're allowed to do business anywhere in the world. Okay, so that was down here in the bottom right, the screen here we're looking at. This is where the buildings are. If you do a Google Maps Street View and look up Harbor Place, 103 South Church Street, there it is. And look at SANDDAO 56 for the revelation and the breakdown of that. Okay, so Section 3. The objects for which the foundation company is established are Section A, Subsection A, to independently support, educate, and encourage the use and adoption of the sandbox ecosystem and related infrastructure and digital assets to include sand, land, and other NFTs. Okay. We established in episode 59 with our guest lawyers that if you are you may or may not be applicable to the Virtual Asset Service Providers Act. We don't believe we are. However, we would need our lawyers, who is TTA, Travers, Thorpe, and Alberga, to advise us, our foundation company, whether or not we are. I have not heard from them. I have not asked them that question, so I do not know what their advice is to our DAO admin team. But I'll probably ask that sometime in the future. Maybe that's one of my Q&As. Hey, how about that? That's the whole point of this thing. All right, so what is the question? On page 2, All right, and I'm down here. So on page 2, section 3A, we want to know, does the VASP, which is a Virtual Asset Service Provider Act, apply to the Sandbox DAO Foundation? All right, and we want to reference the digital assets word. Okay, so there you go. There's one question already. Back to our memo. So subsection B under paragraph or section 3, to act as a holding company and investment company with no restrictions on the on the objects or operations of its subsidiaries or on the nature of its or their investments. So we learned in episode 59 from our Cayman Islands lawyer's guess that in order to ensure that sometimes to ensure that it remains compliant with Cayman Island law and that the Security Investment Business Act or the Virtual Asset Service Provider Act does not become applicable, because that increases your registration requirements from your director. So right now we're most likely not. We do not have a registered director under the Directors Registration Licensing Act. Let's make that another question. Is our director a licensed director under the DIRLL? The directors, let's look at our registration, our reg stack. What was that again? Our Directors Registration and Licensing Law. So it's the DRLL, excuse me. And though there are 3 types of directors, we learned that in SANDDAO 56, independent, corporate, and I can't remember the third right now. But is our director licenses under the DRLL? That is that brings into a whole lot of new stuff. So where I'm seeing some keywords here is a holding company and investment company. So does the Securities Investment Business Act, CIBA, does that apply? We learned about that more in 56 and also 59 when our Cayman Island lawyer guests went over those things and how it could be applicable. But we would need our legal counsel that we pay as a SanFam, the TTA. We would need them to advise us. Are they? Are we? So we want to know, and this is again page 2, section 3. This is section B, section 3B. Again, section 3B is does the CIBA, Securities Investment Business Act, apply to the Sandbox DAO Foundation? We would like to know that. Is our director a licensed director under DRLL? Okay. So those are already 4 questions we'd like to ask. All right. Section 3C, to provide the objects for which the foundation company established are to provide financial assistance or benefits to beneficiaries designated under the Articles of Association. So one thing I was curious about from SANDDAO 56 is, who are the beneficiaries? Is our DAO, our voting DAO, our SanFam, are they the beneficiaries? Who would that be? Is it SanFam? All right. So again, you can see down here in the bottom middle, I am updating these questions as we go along. So we will stop. Okay. So that's section 3C. So now let's go to section 3D, as in Delta. To do all such things as in the opinions of the directors are or may be incidental or conducive to the above objects or any of them. So it basically frees the director to act in any way they see fit under sections 3A through C, through Alpha through Charlie. Okay. Okay, so that is Section 3 of the memo. Section 4. The foundation company shall have and be capable of exercising all the functions of a natural person of full capacity, irrespective of any question or corporate benefit, as provided by Section 27(2) of the Companies Act. And without prejudice to the foregoing generality, the foundation company has the following powers, which may be exercised only in promoting the objects for which the foundation company is established. So basically, what this saying is that Section 4 and all of these things we're about to go over promotes Section 3A through D, which we just read. All right, so Section 4 is expanding on Section 3A. And only those who have full capacity, which, having read this and the articles, they have a definition for what that full capacity means. Okay, so Section 4A. The following powers which may be exercised is to promote or carry out research. Section 4B, to employ paid or unpaid agents, staff, or advisors. Section 4C, to provide advice. Section 4D, to publish or distribute information. Section 4E, to cooperate with other bodies. Section 4F, to support, donate to, administer, or set up charities or not-for-profit organizations. Section 4G, to raise funds, but not by means of taxable trading. Section 4H, to borrow money and give security for loans. Section 4H, to acquire or hire property of any kind. Section 4J, to let or dispose of property of any kind. Section 4K, to make grants or loans of money and to give guarantees. Section 4L, to promote, incorporate, acquire, manage, control, and operate for commercial gain one or more subsidiary companies in any jurisdiction of the world, and to exercise all powers necessary with respect to the ownership of such subsidiary companies. We learned in episode 59 with our lawyer guests that such subsidiaries may be a British Virgin Island subsidiary that is for profit, and to do things that would such as securities or virtual asset things that they so that they can remain compliant with the Grand Cayman Islands law, to where if you do engage in securities activities or virtual asset activities, you are subject to increased laws. All right, that was our reg stack that we went over. All right, it looked a little bit like this down here. That was our reg stack. So if you did virtual asset things or security investment things, you became subject to these acts. We went over that in SANDDAO episode 57 in depth and detail. So our lawyers from episode 59, I say our lawyers, the lawyer guests from Walker's Global in episode 59, they articulated that in order to remain compliant to where you do not have to be subject to these things, you would create a subsidiary, which is a separate legal personality, and you can then incorporate it anywhere else in the world. And what we're learning now as we read through our memorandum of association, that the powers invested in the foundation company is that they may promote, incorporate, acquire, manage, control, and operate for commercial gain one or more subsidiary companies in any jurisdiction in the world. So we have freed ourselves to do that. The foundation company has freed itself to do that. Section 4M, to set aside funds for special purposes or as reserves against future expenditure. Section 4N, to deposit or invest funds in any manner. And Section 4O, as an Oscar, to do anything else within Cayman Islands law and regulation which promotes or may help to promote the objects for which the foundation company is established. So basically just reiterated itself. Okay? And again, that Section 4 is an extrapolation, an expansion, an increase of Section 3. Section 3 established why the foundation company exists. What is it here to do? Section 4 gives powers to expand on Section 3. All right, so Section 5. The foundation company may not carry on a business for which a license is required under the laws of the Cayman Islands unless duly licensed. That is why it isn't, we learned in episode 56, SANDDAO 56, why it is an exempted company. Okay? I don't, give me a second, I will pull that in here. Oh, you know what? I have that already up. So that was episode 34. Here's episode 56. And in episode 56, we talked about not that. It was here under the, specifically under the general registry. We talked about types of companies. Here we go. The visual overview that we went over in episode 56, how it was a company that was exempt, which made a foundation, and we chose Foundation Company, which made the Companies Act, Limited Liabilities Companies Act, the Foundation Company Law. Those all became, we became subject to them. And also we learned that under our liability as shareholders, which is under the types of company that registers, company register, types of companies, and then you click liability of shareholders, we learned that the liability of shareholders and members is limited by guarantee without share capital. And that was when we just read the Memo of Association. So we're reading that now, where we, under page 5, which is what we just read, limited by guarantee without any share capital. So full circle. Here we are. Actually reading page 5, where it says what it is we can and cannot do. So how cool is that? How cool is that? Just in case we have to go back to it. Take a look. Okay, we'll go back to it here if we have to. All right, let's get back to our reading of the Memo of Association. So that was section 5, section 5. Section 6, no portion of the income or property of the foundation company from whatever place or source shall be paid or transferred directly or indirectly by way of dividend, bonus, or otherwise, howsoever, by way of profit to the members, proposed members, directors, or supervisors of the foundation company as such, apart from authorized remuneration for services to the foundation company. All right, what in the world does that say? Let's break that down. No portion of the income or property of the foundation company. Okay, so it's saying that whatever income or property that the foundation has, none of it shall be paid or transferred directly to the members, proposed members, directors, or supervisors of the foundation company, except as authorized remuneration. Remuneration means compensation, paid, them being paid. So this is saying that nothing in the foundation company can be directly or indirectly transferred to the proposed members, directors, or supervisors. So this is protecting the DAO's assets right here. So all of the, whatever custody it has of wallets, so let's say all the millions of sand or lands, perhaps maybe the lands that we delegated to the director. That's a great question. Let's ask that question. So we're in section 6, which is page 3. Page 3. Are we really? Yeah, page 3 of 5. Okay, so in section 6, is this protecting the DAO's assets? So that would be land and sand, and its new collection, the NFT collection, that we're getting from TSB imminently, or maybe we already have it, from being given or gifted to foundation staff. Let's call them staff. Foundation, yeah, staff. Right? We think that's exactly what this is saying. That no portion of the income or property of that foundation company shall be paid or transferred to members, proposed members, directors, or supervisors of the company, except what is authorized as part of their salary. That's what I think this is saying. So we would want to ask our lawyers, TTA, and the DAO admin team, is that true? Because that's a good thing to protect the DAO right there. Right? They can't just give themselves 2,000 lands. They can't just give themselves all the bored apes and the mutant apes that we're about to get from as a gift, an endowment from the Sandbox Game Company. Right? They can't just be given away. All right. That's good. That's good protection. Section 7 of the memo. The liability of the members is limited. We already understand what that means. Section 8. The foundation company may cease to have members. I did not know what this meant until episode 59. All right, so our Melissa and Carolyn, when they came on just the other day, explained in their brief that a company can be memberless. Where'd it go? Where is the word memberless? Memberless. All right, here. Why would a DAO form a Cayman Foundation company? And a foundation company fits within the decentralized ethos as it can be memberless. When I asked them what did that mean, that meant stakeholders. There are no stakeholders, which if when we talked about this in episode 56, if you have shareholders, you have a fiduciary responsibility to maximize shareholder value, which is profit. So this removed the profit motive from the DAO. And you know what? I want to make sure that's an answerable question. So on page 3, section 6. Wait, is it section 6 or is it section 8? Excuse me, section 8. Does this relate to the memberless part that removes the profit incentive, the profit, not incentive, responsibility, the profit incentive, there we go, for maximization of shareholder value consistent with fiduciary duties of the director, right? So that is a very fascinating question. I really want to know the answer to that one. So this whole, does the foundation may cease to have members, which we learned in episode 59, that there's when you first stand up a company and foundation under advisement by Walkers, so we are under advisement by TTA, we may have done it different. But Walkers said they do it by standing up a company which is director-led, right? And has no one else, director-led. The subscriber immediately resigns, so it makes it basically leaderless. But then it's director-led to where only the director has the power to do everything. Then they transition and modify all the documents to be a token holder-led. And that's where the DAO comes into play, the actual DAO governance. Us, the DAO admin team. So here it says the foundation company may cease to have members in section 8. So does this relate to that memberless thing where memberless would mean stakeholders or shareholders and the fiduciary responsibility to maximize shareholder value? So is that what that means here? We'd want to ask our lawyers, TTA. Okay, section 9. Each member who is a member, I'm sorry, each person who is a member undertakes to contribute the assets of the foundation company in the event of the foundation company being wound up during the time that the person is a member, or within 1 year afterwards, for payment of the debts and liabilities of the foundation company contracted before the time at which the person ceases to be a member. and the cost, charges, and expenses of the winding up of the foundation company, and for the adjustments of the rights of the contributories among themselves, such amounts as may be required, not exceeding the sum of $1 US. All right, that was a mouthful. So, what does that mean? Each person who is a member undertakes to contribute to the assets of the foundation company. All right, so that means people who become a member, they contribute things to this foundation company of ours. And in the event of the foundation company being wound up, meaning created, so that's what this memo does, it creates the foundation company during the time that the person is a member. So when the person who's the member contributes assets to the foundation company, or within 1 year after that, for payments of the debts and liabilities of the company, the foundation company contracted before the time. All right. So this is saying that the person who gives stuff to the foundation company when it's created is responsible for the debts and liabilities of the foundation company for up to 1 year. And we learned all about this in episode 56. There was a part where we talked about the whole 1 year afterwards. Actually, let's go right here. 1 year. Oops, that's not it. There it is. Section 49 of the Companies Act, right? The liability of past and present members of the company. All right, we learned that if a company's wound up, every member is required. Wound up. Oops, wound up means liquidated. Excuse me. If a company is wound up, as in liquidated or removed, every member is required to contribute to the assets to satisfy the debts, and past members who are active up to 1 year prior. For companies limited by guarantee, no member is required to pay more than what the Memo of Association cites as guarantee. And guess what? We just cited as we are requiring that they are not required to spend any more than $1. All right, so that's how we protect. It looks like that's how we're protecting our founding members who resign immediately, most likely. We'll find out when we ask the question. Most likely resigned, right? So those members who stood the company up and gave it its starting assets, some of them may have resigned, but up to 1 year after, per Cayman Island law, they're required to pay debts and liabilities. Okay? But because we're an exempted company, we are saying that they will not pay more than $1. All right. So that's a way for us to protect ourselves. That's section 9. Section 10. If on the winding up, which also means liquidation or dissolution of the foundation company, there remain surplus assets after the satisfaction of its debts and liabilities, the same shall be applied or distributed under the Articles of Association of the foundation company and, subject hereto, shall be paid or transferred to such charitable objects as shall be decided by ordinary resolution of the foundation company. We'll get into ordinary resolutions within when we do the Articles of Association. For now, all we really need to take from this is that if this company is dissolved, if it is wound up, then we shall donate these our remaining assets to charitable charities, or applied or distributed under the Articles of Association. So we'll read what that means later. All right, so that's section 10. Almost through. We're almost through our 5 pages. Section 11. This memorandum and the Articles of Association may be altered by the founder, by notice to the foundation company, or by special resolution of the foundation company, except that none of clauses 6, 10, or 11 of this memorandum may be altered, and no other alteration may be made which is in any way inconsistent with clauses 6, 10, or 11. All right, so what is clauses 6, 10, and 11? Clauses 6 is no portion of the income. So that's where people can't just donate stuff to themselves. So the director may not gift himself 10 Bored Ape Yacht Clubs, 10 apes that we're about to get from the Sandbox game company. right? So the supervisor may not give itself 100,000 sand. Okay, so section 11 here is saying that no adjustment may be made to that. All right, so what does section 10 say? If there are any surplus assets, if the company is dissolved, the remaining assets shall be applied or distributed in a way consistent with the Articles of Association or donated to charity. Okay, so more protections here. And then clause 11 is this clause. So this clause is saying it cannot be modified. So it is enshrining unalterable rights and rules that no one can change. And as far as we can tell, these three changes, these three clauses or sections are protections to stop someone from giving themselves all the assets, basically rugging. So it's basically a way to stop rugging from happening. Okay, that was section 11. All right, and then we go to page 5, which we're starting to be done here. We, the subscriber of this memo of association, wish to form a foundation company limited by guarantee without any share capital and registered as an exempted company, in each case pursuant to this memo of association, and we agree that we shall, upon the demands being made by the foundation company, pay to the foundation company an amount equal to the amount of the guarantee agreed to be made by each member of the foundation company in accordance with paragraph 9 of this memorandum of association. So that's basically a rehash of what we just read in the 5 pages. Right? So we're going to form a foundation company. It is limited to the amount that people give in section 9. And if the company is dissolved, the people who have given those resources are only required to pay up to $1. The rest is paid for by what is in the DAO. And then whatever is left over gets sent to charity or as applied or distributed and consistent with the Articles of Association. Okay? That is what this paragraph says. All right, that's dated 20 November 2023. The name of the company that signed this, that stood this company up, International Corporation Services Limited. Its address and description is Harbor Place, second floor, 103 South Church Street, P.O. Box 472, Grand Cayman, and the zip code is KY1-1106. It was authorized by this person, and it was witnessed by this person. Okay. We had just read through and concluded the Memorandum of Association. That was some cool stuff. That was some very cool stuff. So what are our questions? Let's get to our questions. Our questions were on page 2, section 3A. Does the Virtual Asset Service Provider Act apply to the Sandbox DAO Foundation? Our next question was, is our director a licensed director under the Directors Registration and Licensing Law? I don't think so. I don't think that's true. I don't think they are. But it's good to ask. Section 3B. Does the securities investment business done? Yeah. Okay. For some reason, that just read wrong to me. Question number 4. Under Section 3B, does the Security Investment Business Act apply to the Sandbox DAO Foundation? Question 5. Section 3C. Who are the beneficiaries? Is it SandFam? Are we? Someone else? All right. Question 6. Page 3, Section 6. Is this protecting the DAO's assets, which is the land, sand, and NFT collection that's about to be given to us from the Sandbox? Yeah. Is it protecting the DAO's assets from being given or gifted to Foundation staff? Let's call it not needlessly, but unreasonably, right? Because the one thing that they can give themselves is a salary, is compensation for their services. So unreasonable, right? Let's say unreasonably gifted. Okay. And then our 7th question, page 3, section 8. Does this relate to the memberless part that removes the profit incentive for the maximization of shareholder value, which is not consistent, required by fiduciary duty? Not financial, required by fiduciary duty. So let's read that again. Does this relate to the memberless part that removes the profit incentive for maximization of shareholder value required by fiduciary duty of the director? Okay. That was our memorandum of association. How about that? This is going very well. I'm so glad that we waited to to read through this after reading the law in episode 56, after discussing the case law with a practicing U.S. attorney in episode 57, after discussing Cayman Islands Foundation Company particulars with Melissa and Carolyn from Walker's Global and a law firm in the Cayman Islands in episode 59. And now we're in episode 4 reading through the actual stuff. It makes so much more sense now. It makes so much more sense. This is cool. This is cool stuff. This is how your DAO is being run. All right. So when everyone thinks that there's a cabal going or that it's really shady, what's going on, it's not once you read through all this. Once you read through all this, it makes sense. It's starting to make a lot of sense. So that was our analysis of the Memo of Association. All right. Next up, we're going to be doing the Articles of Association, but I'm going to take a quick break and you should too. I will see you in 5 minutes. So let's set a 5-minute countdown and then we will return. See you in 5 minutes. right, and we're back. Take a look at the chat. Play game for fun. Dr. Metaverso, Tom Voxel, Jazz Wolf, Yuma. Hey, Yuma. King Charles. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for listening, whether you're lurking or not. We just went over the Memo of Association. Looked a little bit like this. There were 11 sections in all, and it basically told you how it was created and what it was created for. How it gave high-level limitations that you shall not cross, like gifting yourself a bunch of bored apes or 100,000 sand unreasonably. So, really good document. Now, we're going to get into the Articles of Association, which is still part of the Constitution. All right, so Articles plus Memo equal the Constitution. Not to be confused with the Constitution that SIP 3 calls the Bylaws. Not to be confused with that. Okay, so that's not the Constitution we're talking about. We're talking about the Constitution as described in Grand Cayman Island law. Right? So for us, our Articles of Association are also located in SIP number 2. So here is SIP number 2. If you scroll all the way down to the bottom, you'll see Articles of Association. So we're going to go ahead and click that. And here it is. So we're going to zoom in. And just like we did for our Memorandum of Association, we're going to be recording our questions as we go. One second while I take a drink. This one's going to be a little bit longer. It's actually 19 pages. And here we go. So the very first thing you notice that's different is on the top left, there's that duty stamp. Now, as we learned in 56, actually, you can look at this stuff now. Let's go. In 56, we had the fees, right? There was a fee schedule, and it actually listed 50 as the fee. Where was that? No. There it is. So in Companies Act, page 30 through 35 and section 26 under registration, the registrar shall make available stuff. The required particulars are $50. Where else was that? It was in another. There's a fee schedule. It's one of the amendments. excuse me, the exhibits. So in that, we paid a $50 duty stamp. Okay, so that's why you see that there. Now, is that number the same as the other number? It should be. 404930 is our registration number, and it is. Same date, same stamp. Great. Articles of Association of Sandbox Foundation, a foundation company limited by guarantee without any share capital. So we already went over that. Same stuff. There's our registered office. Same thing as what we went over. 103 South Church Street, and it's by International Corporation Services Limited on the Grand Cayman Islands in Georgetown. Page 2, Articles of Association of the Sandbox Foundation, a foundation company limited by guarantee. Section 1, Interpretation. What you all may have seen in my episode 56 is I love the definitions part. The definition thing will tell you so much of something before you even read it. All right, so here we have definitions in section 1. Section 1.1. In these articles, unless the context requires otherwise, founder, oh, that's right. We had a question I forgot to ask. Let's update our questions. My bad. I don't know if y'all noticed, but in section 11 of the memo, the very first sentence read, this memo and the articles of association may be altered by the founder. Do you all remember seeing that word before? No, we had never seen that word before. That's the first time we've seen that word. So let's go back to our questions. Page 4, section 11 of our memo. What is the role of the founder? I have a feeling that part of that question will be answered here in the articles, but you know what? That's not the real question we want to ask. Why is the founder role only mentioned here? It seems like a minor role, I guess. Minor role, or it just seems like it's not really clear what the role does. It's not clear who this is, who or what this is. All right, great. That's a good question. We need to ask that. All right, let's go back to our Articles of Association. So in these articles, unless the context requires, section 1.1, founder means the founder named in these articles. Okay. Laws means the Foundation Companies Act revised, the Companies Act revised, as applicable to the foundation companies, and every statutory modification or reenactment of them. So the reason why I think they put revised here is because they're not just putting themselves to one revision. So the ones that we did in episode 56, the latest versions were 2003 revised, Companies Act 2003 revised 2024. All right, and then we had the Foundation's Company Law of 2019, I think 2017, 2019, revised 2024. So when they say revised here, when 2015, or I'm sorry, when 2025 version comes out, then it will automatically be inducted, is what I read here. In fact, let's make that our first question. It's kind of like it's not a big deal of a question, but just because I really want to know at this point. So that's our first question there. All right, so page 2, section 1.1. Does the mention of revised mean that it always references the latest revision of Foundation Company Act and the Companies Act? So Companies Act of 2023, Foundations Company Law, Foundation Company Act of, I think, 2019. Let's take a look. Foundation Company Law. So FCL, right? So FCL of what? Let's put 2019. Oops, you all can't see what I'm doing. There we go. Is it 2019? No. Is it 2017? Yes, 2017. Revised. Oh, 2023. Excuse me. So there wasn't a 2024 revision yet, except for CMA, which was the Companies Management Act. That was revision 2024. So this is a great example of that. I was reading from, and I did my whole analysis on the Companies Act of 2023, revised 2023, and the Foundations Company Law, also known as the Foundations Company Act of 2017, revised 2023. So does this revised thing here mean that it will always incorporate the latest revision? So if 2025 comes out, does it automatically induct it? I think that's what that means here. Okay. This is a nerd question. Just I want to know. Means the Foundation Company Act revised and the Companies Act revised as applicable to foundation companies and every statutory modification or reenactment of them. Maybe that's what that last part means. Every statutory modification. I think modification might refer to revision, but we'll ask. We'll ask. That's why we have legal advice, is to clarify these sorts of things. Next, here we go. Ordinary resolution means a resolution passed at a general meeting of the foundation company by a simple majority of the votes cast or by a written resolution in writing under Article 9.7. We won't read through it all right now, but let's look at Article 9.7. 9.7 is a resolution in writing. Okay, so we're going to talk about resolutions toward the end. Actually, you know what? Let's read that because it's mentioned twice here. So this was the definition of ordinary resolution by a written resolution in writing under Article 9.7. So let's look at 9.7. A resolution in writing signed by all persons for the time being entitled to vote at general meetings shall be as valid and effective as if the same had been passed at a general meeting of the foundation company duly convened and held. Okay. Okay. So this basically means that a resolution, if you write a resolution, maybe by email or by Discord, has the same effect as them being passed at a general meeting in person or on Zoom or whatever. Cool. All right, so that was ordinary resolution under section 1.1. Special resolution. Oh, let's go back to ordinary resolution. So that means 50, greater than 50%. So like 50.1 or 51% of the vote is simple majority. Special resolution means a resolution passed at a general meeting of the foundation company by not less than a 2/3 majority of votes cast or by a resolution in writing under Article 9.7. So this requires 2/3 majority. Same thing. And it references the same Article 9.7, Section 9.7. The word written and in writing include all modes of representing or reproducing words in visible form. So that could be Discord. That could be discourse or forums. That could be Reddit even, I guess. It could be whatever it is you want where the words are reproduced in written form, visible form. And then section 1.2, except as provided above, the words and expressions defined or used in the laws have the same meaning as in these articles. Okay. Okay. So they're saying all the stuff that we went over in section and this one, podcast 56, all of these rules and definitions have the same effect. Right? There's the same meaning in these articles. Okay. Section 2, preliminary. Section 2.1. The business of the foundation company may be commenced immediately upon registration under the laws. Foundation company's general nature of business is holding company securities. And unless otherwise resolved by the directors, its financial year end is 31 December. Okay, this is a great reason why I read it from scratch again, because I overlooked this the first time I read it. I didn't fully understand because I didn't do episode 56 yet, where I read through the law in its entirety. Having read through the law, I am now wondering about I am now wondering about this. Yeah, that right there. That that sentence. Let's make that a question. Page 2, section 2.1. Please explain the nature of the sentence. I'm gonna word this very carefully so that it is explained very carefully because of current regulatory environments, all sorts of wise reasons why. Please explain the nature of the sentence. The foundation company's general nature of business is holding company securities. And we already asked in one of our questions, does the Securities Investment Business Act apply? Okay, so now we definitely want to know because that sentence makes it seem like it might. Whereas in my original assessment, I didn't think it did. But, all right, now we're going to say C question 4. And we ended with question 8, so this is going to be question 9. C question 4. All right, so I'm going to put that one in blue. Actually, you know what we're going to do? We're going to take a page from what we've been doing before. Oops. We're going to highlight some key words. Okay, so this is what we were doing in our reading, and it was very helpful. Okay, so VASP. Right, remember when we were going over this, and when I was reading through everything in SANDDAO 56, I made special words, keywords blue, so that we could keep track of stuff in a sentence. That became hugely helpful later on. All right, so I highlight them in green, and then the blue was what the key parts were. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna highlight them in green so that we can keep track of everything. That's what we're going to do. All right, let's start first with our questions. So articles. So VASP is 1. All right. Foundation. DAO Foundation. That's 2. What's next? Director was 1. DRLL was another. It's a Director's Registration and Licensing Law. SIBA, Securities Investment Business Act, is 1. TSP DAO Foundation is another. Go. And who are the beneficiaries? So SanFam was 1, and beneficiaries was another word. So this helps kind of clear away the cobwebs later on. All right, and then what's our next part of questions? DAO assets. So land, sand, NFT collection. That could be one. Let's do assets though. So the DAO's assets. Foundation staff. Cool. Next one was memberless. Profit incentive shareholders. Right, so required by fiduciary duty. So this is the here, we're going to make this blue because this is the heart of the question. And the director is a key phrase, keyword. Founder is another keyword. And here we go. There we are. You know what? Let's do this. Let's be consistent. All right. Now we are on our questions for articles. Okay. So the bylaws. Here are the laws, the Foundations Company Act and the Companies Act of 2017 and 2003, respectively. Please explain the nature. So there's foundation company. That's another keyword. And securities. Is that a keyword? That's going to be a key phrase. So we're going to make that blue. We need to know the answer to that one. Or at least we're going to ask and see if it can be answered. There's that. All right. Let's return back to our articles. The foundation company, okay, this is section 2.1. I'm going to read it again. Business of the foundation company may be commenced immediately upon registration under the laws. The foundation company's general nature of business is holding company securities, and unless otherwise resolved by the directors, its financial year end is 31 December. Section 2.2. The foundation company may ratify any contract. The foundation company may ratify any contract or other transaction entered into its name or on its behalf prior to registration. Section 2.3. The preliminary expenses of incorporating the foundation company shall be paid by the foundation company, including any expenses concerning any contract or transaction ratified under Article 2.2. All right, what was 2.2? The foundation company may ratify any contract or other transaction entered into its name on or behalf prior to registration. So in 2.3 here, where we just talked about the preliminary expenses, remember that it comes from the guaranteed amount from the original members. That's limited by guarantee. And also, if those people are called upon to pay the debts as is required by the Companies Act, then per the exempted rules, the Memo of Association determined that that repayment would be $1, maximum of $1, meaning that whatever is in the foundation company's assets book is the maximum that they can pay, plus $1 of the original members. Pretty smart move. Seems like a good way to protect our people. Okay. Now, section 3, the founder. All right. The founder. We learned in episode 56 that the founder was only mentioned in the template of the foundation's company law. And we were very puzzled by that. I was very puzzled by that. Why was that the case? Why is the founder only mentioned in the template, which is optional in a foundation company law? Didn't make any sense to me. So I really want to know that. Didn't get a chance to ask our Cayman Island lawyer guests in episode 59. If I'm able to get them back on for Q&A, perhaps I will ask them that. Why is it there? Why is it only there? But here in our Articles of Association in Section 3, we have where we're going to define the founder. So Section 3.1, the founder is International Protectors and Advisors Limited of Harbor Place, second floor, 103 South Church Street, P.O. Box 472, Georgetown, Grand Cayman, K1 1106, Grand Cayman Islands. Okay, so the founder is IP&A. Now, if we recall, IP&A, right, should have been the one. Nope. Let's go back to SIP 2 because I believe that's where we mentioned it. IP&A. There we go. Cayman Island law requires for all foundation companies as well as the company secretary and other services. IP&A is the founder of the foundation. The foundation has engaged IMPA to serve as supervisor. Okay. So IP&A, I believe, is Michael Robinson's company. I think. I'm pretty sure it is. I thought I remember seeing that somewhere. Maybe it's in the entity search. that I have later. So let's make that a question. Okay, so our question is page 3, section 3.1. Is IPNA, so per SIP 2, no, is IPNA the company led by Michael Robinson, which is the director? So is it all the same? Is it all the same people there? It's not a bad thing. Just need to know. It'd be nice to know that. All right. So IPNA is a key phrase. They're a key person, and that Michael Robinson is as well, as is the director's position. All good things to know. All right. Next up. Section 3.2. The founder has the following powers, each of which is described in more detail elsewhere in these articles. Okay. Section 3.2a. The founder has the power to authorize the admission of members or to restrict or prohibit the admission of members. See Article 4. Article 4 is the members. Okay. Section 3.2b. The power to appoint or remove directors. See Article 5. Okay. So the founder is already proven to be. So Article 5 is directors and officers. These are some key positions. Fascinating. Who is the founder? Because this person already has an enormous amount of power. Section 3.2c. The power to call for reports, accounts, information, and explanations from the directors. See Articles 5 and 13. So Article 5 is directors and officers. Article 13. Let's keep on going all the way down. Is accounts. Okay. Section 3.2d. The power to appoint or remove supervisors and to settle their powers and duties. See Article 6. I have a feeling Article 6 is going to be supervisors. It is. Supervisors. Okay. Section 3.2e. The power to designate beneficiaries, give directions as to their benefits, grant them enforceable rights, and to revoke or vary the same. See Article 7. Big bet that that's the beneficiaries. Article 7. Yep. And because I know Article 8 is mentioned below it, Article 8 is secretary. All right, so Section 3.2f, the right to receive notice of and attend and to vote at general meetings of the foundation company. Okay, let's look at what Article 9 is. Article 9 is general meetings. Section 3.2g, the power to cause the foundation company to be wound up. Oh my gosh. Wound up is liquidated. The founder has the power to liquidate the company, to close it all down. All right, Section 3.2h, the power to adopt, revoke, or vary bylaws. See Article 17. So let's look at 15. I forgot to look at that. Winding up. It's going to be fascinating. And Article, was it 17? Bylaws. Okay. And remember, we learned in episodes 56 and 59, bylaws are optional. They are not required. And people who do business with a foundation company are not required to adhere to a foundation company's bylaws or consider it. Okay. And then Section 3.2i, the power to adopt, revoke, or vary the Memo of Association and these articles. So see Article 18, alteration of memos and articles. This section / Article 18. Okay, holy smokes. So here in Section 3.2, the founder has the following powers. It seems like they have every power. The founder can almost do anything, it looks like. They can authorize and revoke members, directors, supervisors, beneficiaries. They are allowed to call people to give reports. They're able to dissolve the company, to close it down. They're able to change the bylaws. They're able to change the memo and the articles of association that we're reading right now. This is like everything. So, who is the founder? The founder is International Protectors and Advisors Limited. Who are they? When we do an entity search, you will see. What I don't think I found when I did the free search, online free search, was who led it. I don't know. We'll have to check. That right there is an enormously powerful position. So let's do this. Page 3, section 3.1. Oh, I already did that. Is IPNA the company led by, or is the company IPNA led by Michael Brown's director? If not, who is? Right? So who is the company owner? That is the key to Sandbox DAO Foundation, apparently. That founder position. Okay, let's keep going. Section 3.3. The founder's powers are free of any duty and may be exercised for the founder's own benefit. I don't know what that means. Free of any duty. Does that mean duty of like fiduciary duty? Let's ask. Does free of any duty mean fiduciary duty? Duty? What else? And maybe exercise for the founder's own benefit. Okay, second question. Right, remember how we just read in our memo of association, section 9? We just had this great... No, not that one. Where's the one about the remuneration? There. Section 6, how people can't just give themselves stuff if they want to. Does this mean that in page 3, section 3.3 of the Articles Association, that where it says maybe exercise for the founder's own benefit, do they get to disregard that? Own benefit mean they get to disregard the Memorandum of Association, page whatever, section 9. What is it? Page 3, section 9. There we go. Super, super curious. That doesn't mean anything's going bad here. It just means that the founder, who is an optional role, has been given very, very big power. A lot of power. Okay. So what else we got? This is a key phrase. So we're going to make this one blue. And founder is a role, a keyword. So we're going to make that. So we're going to make that highlighted. And then MOA, page 3, section 9. Also. Okay. Let's go back now. Section 3.4. The founder may, by notice of the foundation company, revocably or irrevocably terminate or restrict any or all of the founder's powers. If the termination or restriction is expressed to be irrevocable, it may not be altered or revoked directly or through an alteration of these articles. I'm seeing a little bit of a contradiction here. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not sure. But let's go page 4, section 3.4. Is there a contradiction here? The founder may irrevocably revoke her own powers, but has the power in section 3.3 to what was the no section 3.2 to where was it? Receive notice. Section here, I, the power to adopt, revoke, or vary. So they can change it however they like. So if they irrevocably revoke their powers, can they overrule their own revoking of the powers? Or because they revoke the powers, they're now kicked out and they don't get a chance to go back in? I don't know. Under section 3.2I, to change MOA, do they get to change the articles? Wait a minute, it just says articles. Oh, and these articles, yeah. And AOA. However they want. So its keyword is founder. MOA and AOA are also keywords. And then, yep, there we go. All right, so that was it's a question. It does say at the very end here, directly or through an alteration of these articles. So maybe the answer here is no, but the fact that the founder has the power to change itself whenever it wants, it sounds like. I mean, can it change the words? The other section saying that it can't change the words? I don't know which one wins out there. We would need lawyer support. Okay, section 3.5. The founder's powers are not assignable, meaning they can't be transferred to someone else, and except as permitted by these articles or required by law, may not be exercised by any other person on behalf of the founder. Okay, so the founder may not designate someone else to have the powers, which, as we learned, are like God powers. This is the God mode right here. The founder. Okay. Section 3.5. The founder's powers are not assignable, and we just read that. Never mind. Section 3.6. Upon the founder's winding up and dissolution, the founder's powers shall terminate. See, this is why I'm saying, okay, we need to add this to the question. So it's not just section 3.2I, it's also section 3.6, which says the founder's powers terminate when the company gets dissolved. But here it says that it could be irrevocably terminated. I don't know. This seems like a contradiction going on here. So I'd like to know. It says it only terminates upon winding up. Okay, so we'll modify our question a little bit. Winding up is a key term as well. All right, so next. We're on question 16. We're about a third of the way through. All right, so section 3.7. The exercise of the founder's powers does not cease to be effective by reason only that the founder is subsequently wound up and dissolved or ceases to have the power. What the? Oh, okay, I see what's going on here. So if the founder says, I'm going to replace the director, and before the director is replaced, okay, let's start over. So if the founder says, in accordance with the power granted section 3.2b, the power to remove or appoint directors, if the founder says, I'm going to remove the director and appoint a new one, and before that director is appointed or removed, the founder decides to irrevocably terminate their own power, then that founder's power does not cease to continue. So I think this means that director will continue to be removed and the other one will be appointed. And that can't be subverted or changed just because the founder ceases to have power. right? So the founder can't leave and then you say, no, we're not going to follow that. I think that's what this says. Let's ask. Section, so page 4, section 3.7. Does this mean that if a founder makes a decision and then their power terminates, the decision must be upheld after they leave? And so our example was remove a director, declared a director to be removed, and then the founder leaves before the director is removed. And maybe we won't use the word director because I hope we get the director to. I hope we can interview the director, perhaps. So let's choose a member. Declare a member to be removed, and maybe not removed. Let's go appointed. Appointed a new supervisor. There we go. And then the founder leaves before the supervisor is appointed. There we go. That's a more positive example. All right. So let's put in our keywords. So founder is a keyword. Supervisor is a keyword. Founder again is a keyword as a supervisor. Okay. And that was section 3.7. So that's the end of section 3. Now so we just described the founder who has God mode powers, apparently, to change everything. And there's a little bit of confusion on my end, at least, as to how the founder's power gets terminated. Can it reverse its own termination? There's some things here that it's a little confusing. So we put that. So we put that here in section, or in our questions. Okay, so articles, and now we're on section 4, members. Section 4.1, the initial subscriber to the Memorandum of Association shall be the first member of the foundation company. Okay, very good to know. So as we learned in SANDDAO 56, a subscriber is required to start the company. That initial subscriber, in this case, has been determined to be the first member of the foundation company. Very good to know. So who is that initial subscriber? You could see at the very bottom who that was. International Corporation Services Limited. That was the authorized signature. And there it describes the subscriber. So this company, ICSL, is the subscriber, which we know as a result of SIP2. We have engaged ICSL to serve as secretary and register office provider under the articles. Where does it say? I don't know who ICSL is, actually. Oh, wait. I think we figured this one out when we did Birth of the DAO. So what we did was we looked up. Y'all can't see what I'm doing. So if y'all remember, we did a little investigation. Here it is. All right, so we think that ICSL is part of or an offshoot of Travelers Tour of Alberga. And then, yeah. So let's zoom in a little bit. So this was back a while back ago, but we believe that ICSL, because we looked at Duns and Bradstreet, that ICSL is owned by Travelers Tour of Alberga. So when we looked up Dun and Bradstreet, we saw that the key principal was Michael Alberga. Can you read that? There we go. The key principal is Michael Alberga. This is for ICSL. And We also looked up the documents that we're reading right now. So Travers Thorpe Alberga being the keyword there, he is one of the founding partners, or is a partner for Travers Thorpe Alberga. So that tells me that ICSL is being run by the legal counsel for the foundation. Did we already asked that question? Oh, we asked IPNA. Who is IPNA run by? And let's see, did we already know that? Yeah, we don't know who that is. So that's still a good question. But let's also put as a sub question here, not a sub question, sub answer. We're in the articles, right? We're in the articles, right? So let's just put in here, because we already know the answer. ICSL is owned by a partner of TTA. Okay, so let's copy paste that part in so that we can remember this in the future. We already did this. We already did this work to figure this out. All right. So it's not exactly listed here, unless somewhere where it describes TTA. The foundation has engaged TTA to advise. Oh, you all cannot see what I'm doing. Hold on. There we go. The foundation has engaged TTA to advise on the foundation's formation and on legal matters related to Cayman Island law going forward. Professional directors require experienced legal counsel. Okay. TTA has extensive experience in the formation and operation of DAOs and is qualified to serve in this capacity. DAO will ratify the appointment of TTA as Cayman Island legal counsel. Okay. So that's where we determined, Michael Alberga. That is the same Michael Alberga in, where's the link? Travers Thorpe Alberga. Give me a second, let me find it. All right, so Travers Thorpe Alberga. Here's the law firm. And if we go to our people, we shall see right there, Michael Alberga under Travers Thorpe Alberga. So if we click that, it will bring us to Michael Alberga, managing partner, Cayman Islands. Okay, so that's how we made that connection. And again, nothing wrong, nothing weird going on here. Seems like that was contemplated in order to successfully stand up and create our DAO. Okay, no problem. Makes sense. At the time, we thought it was suspicious, but the more we actually educated ourselves on this, the more we got people, lawyers, lawyers to be guests to explain things. And we delved into the laws and we read through stuff, nitty gritty. It's not quite so weird anymore. Like, I don't think there's anything really going wrong here. Okay. So we are. Oh, we were updating our question. Right. We were updating our question. So ICSL is owned by but let's look at the exact language. What is it? What does Dun & Bradstreet say? Key principle. Okay. So you always want to err on the side of using the source's words. That it can get a little conflicting. Like, does key principle really mean owned? Sometimes it doesn't, which is why you want to try not to interpret or paraphrase for someone else unless you actually know or hear what they've had to say. So the key principle for ICSL is Michael Alberga. And as we saw, Michael Alberga is a managing partner. So good to know. And as you read in SIP number 2, Travers Thorpe Alberga has extensive experience in DAOs. So the way that they're doing it here is seems to be tried, true, and tested. They also seem to have a lot of offices: New Zealand, Australia, Hong Kong, London, British Virgin Islands, Cayman Islands. Okay, cool. So let's go back. So now we're on section 4. We just read 4.1. The initial subscriber to the Memo of Association shall be the first member of the foundation company. Cool. Now we know what that means. The subscriber is the one who initially creates the company. And then that's the first member. I wouldn't be surprised if that first member also became either the founder or the director. Unsure. We'll keep reading. Section 4.2. Subject to these articles, the directors may, if so authorized by the founder or by a special resolution of the foundation company, admit as a member any person who has applied for membership in writing, and the terms of admission may restrict, enlarge, or exclude any or all of the voting and or rights or powers of members under these articles, or provide for termination of membership at a specified time or in specified circumstances. Cool. I wonder if the special counsel or advisory board are members. Let's ask. Let's ask that question. Page 4, section 4.2. Is the SC or AB members? Okay. And the second question would be, did the initial subscriber become the founder or director? All right, so we're trying to connect some dots here. It's helping us understand how this is run. Right? If not, what are they? Are they beneficiaries? So then our 18th question, did the initial subscriber become the founder or director? Okay. Well, that was, well, both of those are 4.1s. No. Here we go. Fixed. All right. Now we're on next up, question 19. Okay. We just read through section 4.2. Now we're going to 4.3. The founder, by notice to the foundation company or the foundation company by special resolution, may restrict or prohibit the subsequent admission of members. If the restriction or prohibition is expressed to be irrevocable, it may not be altered or revoked directly or through an alteration of the articles. But it sounds like the founder can irrevoke it. It's not like the founder can change anything. All right, so page 4, section 4.3. But the founder can overturn this irrevocable prohibition. So can the founder overturn this irrevocable prohibition? See how all this stuff, this is how these things are done. This is how you determine what really goes on. So when I was showing you all earlier over here, when I did my relationship map in SANDDAO 56. This triangle of confusion I said. So let's go back to it. Ready? Here we go. Oh, that's not it. That's not what I'm after. Hold on. The link must be broken. My triangle of confusion. Yeah, whoops. Was I didn't know the relationship of everyone here. And then I expanded upon that in SANDDAO 57, where we talked about this flowchart. And it said SANDDAO 57 looked like this, or 56, excuse me, looked like this. And I upgraded my triangle of confusion to my rectangle of confusion because it still wasn't clear. Although we knew who else was doing stuff, we knew more of what was going on. We still didn't exactly know how they all played together day to day. And SANDDAO 59 with the lawyer guests, they helped explain a little bit of it, but we didn't get time to the question and answers to figure that out. So that's where I want to know what actually is going on between all of these people here. What's going on here? And after SANDDAO 59, we are able to clarify that a little bit, but it's only this part on the left. Right? All we know is more of what happens on the left. I still don't fully know what happens on the right. So I'd like to do an interview with the director, Michael Robinson, if we can. I'd like to do an interview with, have one of them on. I think that'd be really cool. So they can kind of give us some guidance. What really goes on there? Okay. And we are here. All right. And I know we want to. How do these positions interact day to day? So that's a question we want to ask of what? Which section? We want to ask this of section in general. This is going to be a general question. But we're going to ask it here while we're in the members section. There we go. Okay. That sounds good. And let's go. Yeah, you know what we're going to do? So here, we're going to take our rectangle of confusion. And then we're going to paste it in here so that we remember why it was we were asking this question. Okay, so I pull open that. I go like this. And then let's crop it a little bit. All right, so this is so we can remind ourselves why, what are we referring to in case I need to later on. Okay, that's our general question. We read, what did we read last? The founder by notice the company. Okay, yeah. So we may restrict and prohibit the subsequent admission of members. So that general question actually is going to be a question for section 4.3. Section 4.3. may restrict or prohibit members. All right, so we want to know more about this. How do all the positions interact day to day? There we go. All right, now section 4.4. A person's membership of the foundation company terminates. Section 4A, or section 4.4a. If the person dies or being a corporation is dissolved. Section 4.4b. If the person resigns as a member by notice to the foundation company, the resignation shall be effective immediately unless the notice states otherwise. Or section 4c, as provided in the person's terms of admissions as a member. Okay. Section 4.5, it is not a condition of this article that the foundation company continues to have one or more members. Okay. Section 4.6, the rights and powers of members are not assignable, meaning transferable to someone else, and except as permitted by these articles or required by law, the rights or powers of a member may not be exercised by any other person on behalf of the member. Okay, so same thing as the founder. Section 4.7, the rights and powers of members are free of any duty. Now that sounds very familiar, but changed from the founder. The founder said the founder's power in Section 3.3 are free of any duty and may be exercised for the founder's own benefit. So what does not including that mean? I think we asked that question already, didn't we? And maybe exercised for the founder's own benefit. So, and we're going to put reference 3.3. Okay. So we want to reference 3.3 there, where members don't have this. Okay, so we're going to put that as blue. So, not blue. There we go. That one. So that one will tell us. I put that in as kind of like an aside. So we can ask that later. Okay. So we're in section 3.3. Now we're in section 3.4. The founder may, by notice to the foundation company, revocably or irrevocably terminate or restrict any or all the founder's powers. If the termination or restriction is expressed to be irrevocable, it may not be altered or revoked directly or through an alteration of these articles. Isn't that? Oh, shoot, my fault. I skipped. I went back on accident. That was section 3.4. We already read that. Let's go to section 4. We read through all the members. We went through section 4.7. The rights and powers of members are free of any duty. And that's where we went down that other rabbit hole. Okay. Now we're on section 5. Directors and officers. The foundation company, section 5.1. The foundation company shall at all times have at least one director. Okay, good to know. That's consistent with what we learned in SANDDAO 56, where you had to have a director and a supervisor and a secretary. And the secretary had to be licensed in accordance with the Companies Management Act. All right, section 5.2. The first directors may be appointed by the subscribers to the Memorandum of Association. There we go. That tells you the power right there. Let's go back to what question? Did the initial subscriber become the founder or director? So we want here is a reference, section 5.2, where it says first director may be appointed by the initial subscriber. See, this is starting to really paint a picture. You're starting to see how the relationships are playing out. I just don't know how it plays out day to day. I know how it's described here and it's starting to play out this way, but don't know the rest of that. Okay. So we want to reference 5.2 where it says the first director may be appointed by the initial subscriber. So does this work in the way that our lawyer guests in SANDDAO 59 said, where it's first director led and then token holder led? If y'all recall, it was here. It was here that we did that. Director led, token holder led, and under the timeline of events. And that was this one here. We just did it just the other day. with Melissa and Carolyn. Okay. Now we have it's saying in section 5.2 the first director may be appointed by the subscribers to the Memorandum of Association. Section 5.3 the founder has the power exercisable by notice to the foundation company to appoint or remove directors, including the founder if the founder is one. Okay. So the founder can remove themselves as directors. Okay. I'm confused as to why we had to call this out here, but okay. I guess it's just to remove all doubt, I suppose. Section 5.4. By ordinary resolution, which means simple majority, the foundation company may appoint or remove directors. Okay. So the foundation company, the founder isn't the only one who can remove directors. Apparently, the foundation company may by ordinary resolution. And that was a simple majority at a general meeting. Oh, you all cannot see what I'm saying. Okay. That means ordinary resolution meant a simple majority at a general meeting. And we were just reading these sections. So we read that one. We read that one. And we just read section 5.3 here, including if the founder is one. All right, now 5.4. By ordinary resolution, the foundation company may appoint or remove directors. That's when we just finished reading. Section 5.5. A person ceases to be a director if removed under the foregoing provisions. Or, okay, Section 5.5a. If the person dies or becomes bankrupt or, being a corporation, enters into winding up or is dissolved. Or, Section 5.5b. If the person resigns as director by notice to the foundation company, the resignation shall be effective immediately unless the notice states otherwise, or there are no other directors, in which case the resignation shall be effective upon the appointment of a further director. Meaning the director can't just leave and no one's there to replace them. That's fascinating. So I guess here it says that they can require that director continue to serve until a new director can be take their place effective immediately. Section 5.6. Subject to these articles and the bylaws, the business and affairs of the foundation company shall be managed by or under the control of the directors, who may exercise all the powers of the foundation company other than those that are required by these articles or the bylaws to be exercised by the general meeting or others. So, do they have the same power as the founders? I guess the part that's confused me here is may exercise all the powers of the foundation company. And part of the powers of the foundation company is the power of the founder. So it's a little confusing, I think. Let's do a question out of that. 5.6. Does may exercise all the powers of the foundation company mean it can exercise the director can exercise the founder's powers? Here we go. It's a good question. So director is a keyword. Founder is a keyword. Foundation company is a keyword. There. So I just updated and put in question number 19. Whoops. Wait a minute. Oh, I already had that. Never mind. My bad. So we're actually question number 21 now. It's a lot of questions. But this is all the stuff that's still confusing. When I say my rectangle of confusion here, that's what I'm referring to. That this stuff. Okay? Section 5.7. The directors shall observe these articles and the bylaws and shall at all times act in the interests of the foundation company and its objects. That sounds a lot like fiduciary responsibility. Is that just a confirmation or is that extra too? Let's ask that. 7. Is this extra to the fiduciary duty or a confirmation of, or affirmation of? Right? Does it reinforce it or does it only reinforce it? So we want fiduciary duty. Okay. Section 5.6. Nope, we just did section 5.7. Okay. Section 5.8. The directors shall give the founder or the general meeting, in parentheses, or the persons who have the right to attend the general meeting, in parentheses, such reports, accounts, information, and explanations concerning the business and affairs of the foundation company and the discharge of the directors' duties and the exercise of their powers as may be required by 5.8a, notice from the founder, or 5.b, ordinary resolution of the foundation company. So this just tells the director has to give information when asked by specific people. Okay. Section 5.9, the duties of the director are owed to the foundation company only. Section 5.10, directors' remuneration just means compensation or salary, shall be at such rates and on such terms as may be agreed in writing by the founder or by an ordinary resolution of the foundation company. So we already know what this is. We looked at SIP 2 and under resources, required, we see directors is being paid $30,000 annually right here. Okay. So section 5.8. We just read that. Section 5.9. Section 5.10 is what we just finished reading about the remuneration. Section 5.11. Subject to the foundation company's Memorandum of Association, these articles and the bylaws, the directors may delegate any of the powers which are conferred on them under the foundation company's Memo of Association, these articles and the bylaws. Section 511A. To such person or committee. Section 511B. By such means, including by power of attorney. Section 5C. To such an extent. Section 5D. For such periods or periods of time. Section 511E. In relation to such matters or territories. Section 511F. On such terms and conditions as they think fit. Okay. Section 512. If the director so specify, any such delegation may authorize further delegation of the director's powers by any person to whom they are delegated. Okay, I see what's going on here. So in section 511, the director is allowed to delegate, as in confer or transfer, or also authorize someone the power that they have. Then that person, that's section 511. Then section 512 says the person that was just delegated all that power by the director is also allowed to delegate their power to other people. Right? So you start to get this like tree, right? Director delegates. Let's say to delegate to 2 people. Those 2 people can then delegate to however many, 4 people. All right. Section 513. The directors may revoke any delegation in whole or part or alter its terms or conditions. Section 514. Committees to which the directors delegate any of their powers must follow procedures which are based as far as they are applicable on those provisions of the foundation company's Memorandum of Association, these articles and the bylaws which govern the taking of directions by directors. Okay, let's reread that one. 5.14. Committees to which the directors delegate any of their powers must follow procedures which are based, as far as they are applicable, on those provisions of the foundation company's Memo of Association, these articles and the bylaws which govern the taking of decisions by directors. Okay. So, in the first part, it says the committees to which the directors delegate any of their powers. So it says they can be delegated to a committee, okay, must follow procedures which are based on those provisions of the foundation company's Memo Association. Okay. And the Memo Association had the objects, right? So it had the objects and then it had the section below it, which expand on those objects. That's probably what this is referring to. This here, there's the objects under section 3 of the Memo Association. And section 4 has those A through O things that it can do. I think that's what this is referring to. Okay. This last part, though, these articles and the bylaws which govern the taking of decisions by directors. Oh, that's a comma. Okay. So the committee that has delegated the power must follow the procedures of the foundation company's Memo of Association and these articles of association. So they don't have to just follow, the objects and here they have to follow all the things in this article as well that we're reading right now. Okay, makes more sense now. 5.15. The directors may make rules of procedure for all of any committees, which prevail over rules derived from these articles if they're not consistent with them. Nice. So if the director decides to make special rules, such as maybe the special counsel code of conduct, I'm sorry, the delegate code of conduct, is that considered a committee? Let's ask. Page 7, section 5.15. Is the TSP DAO's approved delegates, is the code of conduct for the TSP DAO's approved delegate considered a committee? Is SC and AB? So we're going to highlight our keywords here. Code of conduct. And does everyone remember what code of conduct we're talking about here? All right, so if we go to our DAO and we go to delegation, where's our code of conduct? Looks like it's in here somewhere. Adhere to the code of conduct. Code of conduct. Where's this code of conduct? Code of conduct is what every delegate had to. Oh, here it is. Type form. I bet you it's in here. We talked about this. So I'm just gonna work through this. Try and get there. We did this on another SANDDAO podcast when we said the delegation was here. That's what the episode was called. Delegation is here. Which one was that? So delegation is here somewhere. Would have been right there. Episode SANDDAO 28. Delegation has come to the Sandbox DAO. That's the one where I go over this in detail. So if you want to look at what this type form is all about, then just go to that one. and we're looking for the code of conduct. There it is, right there. Let's click this code of conduct. And, oh, is there a link somewhere that I missed? I must have missed the link. Okay, so we're going to go now to our code of conduct link and link it here so that we know where it is in the future. So this code of conduct is what we're referring to, where the Sandbox DAO people, delegates, were required to adhere to this code of conduct. All right? Good stuff. Good stuff. So the question was, is the code of conduct for the TSB DAO's approved delegates considered a committee? Is this special counsel or AB, advisory board? All right. And we just went over 515, where the directors may make custom rules. All right, 516. Notwithstanding the above, the directors may appoint such officers as they consider necessary or desirable on such terms, as at such remuneration and to perform such duties, and to subject such provisions as to disqualification and removal as the directors may think fit. Unless otherwise specified in the terms of their appointment, an officer may be removed by the resolution of the directors. Okay. And I don't think SIP 2 talked about the remuneration of the officers. It just talked 50,000 for legal expenses, 30,000 for directors' expenses. So let's actually put this in our slide. Which question was it? Where did we talk about the remuneration? And this is the director, right? Section 5? Yeah, so the directors and officers. So for section 5, we talked about 515. There's our question on 515. Okay, and then we're just going to put a little reference in here. SIP 2, director remuneration. So compensation. Just so we can remember that later. Make sure it goes where it's supposed to go. Oh, having some time. Having some trouble thinking. All right, we'll look at that later then. Okay, let's keep it going. We're on now section 6, almost there, almost halfway through at least. I'm going to take a quick 2-minute break. So everyone take a bio break if you need to. Use the restroom. We'll see you in 2 minutes. We went through section 5.15. Then we went through section 5.16, and that concluded the part about directors and officers. Now we're on section 6, supervisors. Section 6.1, the initial supervisor is International Protectors and Advisors Limited of Harbor Place, second floor, 103 South Church Street, P.O. Box 472, Georgetown, Grand Cayman, KY1-1106, Cayman Islands. Section 6.2, the founder has the power, exercisable by notice of the foundation company, to appoint or remove supervisors to supervise the management of the foundation company. Section 6.3, the founder's notice appointing a supervisor may, Section 6.3a, restrict, enlarge, or exclude any or all the voting and other rights or powers of the supervisors under these articles. Section 6.3b, impose any supervisory or other duty or disability, grant a related exculpation. What does that word mean? I don't actually know what that word means. Exculpation is the act of freeing someone from blame or guilt. It can also refer to a clause in a contract that limits one's party's ability. Is that the same thing as indemnification? Is exculpation the same as indemnification? Let's take a look. Exculpation and indemnification are both contract clauses that shift liability between parties, but they have different purposes. Exculpation prevents a party from recovering damages, relieves a party from liability for their own negligence or wrongful acts, relieves a party from liability, and is often used in contracts for dangerous activities such as skydiving or whitewater rafting. Is our DAO a dangerous activity? Okay, let's keep going. Indemnification shifts liability from one party to another. One party compensates the other for losses, damages, or liabilities. Is often used in private fund governing documents to protect managers and affiliated persons from losses. Okay, fascinating. So exculpation, again, prevents a party from recovering damages, relieves a party from liability for their own negligence or wrongful acts. Okay, these examples include a landlord might include an exculpation clause to limit their liability under release. A gym might include an exculpatory clause in a membership application to relieve the gym from responsibility for injuries sustained while working out. Exculpatory clauses are generally enforceable unless there is specific public interest or statutory exemption. Okay, so let's reread this. Section 6.3b. Impose the founder's notice appointing a supervisor may impose any supervisory or other duty or disability, grant a related exculpation, and waive conflicting interests or duties. So the founder may grant the ability from one to prevent a party from covering damages or relieving a party from liability for their own negligence or wrongful acts. Okay, got it. Section 6.3c gives the supervisory rights to remuneration or indemnity by the foundation company. Okay, so not just exculpatory stuff, but also indemnification, which is where the foundation company would take on, like if the supervisor got sued, right? To indemnify them would mean that this founder's notice, which I guess would be conferred upon the foundation company would indemnify the supervisor, meaning pay for or relieve them of the responsibility, right? So it'd be shifting the ability. So if they get sued, then the foundation company would take on that paying for that suit. That would be compensate the other for losses, damages, or liabilities, that sort of thing. That is to indemnify. To exculpate someone, I guess, means they're not allowed to ask for money. That's fascinating. Okay, 6.3d. Provide for the termination of the supervisor's appointment at a specified time or in specified circumstances. Okay, very broad. We're talking about the founder's notice. Okay, so that notice appointing the supervisor can have a lot of restrictions, is what we're reading here. Section 6.4. A person who is a supervisor has the power by notice to the foundation company to appoint a person to succeed the person as supervisor immediately or at a specified time or in specified circumstances, with and subject to the same terms of appointment as applied to the appointer, and to revoke such appointment at any time before it takes effect. Okay, so the supervisor may delegate their own person to succeed them. All right, so a person who is a supervisor has the power, as long as they notify the foundation company, to name who is going to replace them immediately or at a specified time in the future. And that the same appointment notification that they got to be appointed supervisor also applies to the person they named that's going to replace them. That's what 6.4 is saying. Section 6.5. A person ceases to be a supervisor if, Section 6.5a, if the person dies or becomes bankrupt or being a corporation enters into winding up or is dissolved. Section 6.5b. If the person resigns as a supervisor by notice to the foundation company, the resignation shall be effective immediately unless the notice states otherwise. Section 6.5c. If the person becomes a director or acquires any interest or duty that conflicts with any duty of the person as a supervisor, unless authorized by the founder or by special resolution of the foundation company, that's just conflict of interest. Let's see if that's applicable to anywhere else. No, the directors and officers have to at all times act in the interests of the foundation company, but it looks like there may be a conflict of interest present for directors and officers, and that's permissible, or at least not covered by Section 5 here. But if you are a supervisor, you may not. Where's that conflict of interest thing? There. You cannot have a conflict of interest. Interesting. Section 65D, as provided in the person's terms of appointment as a supervisor, or Section 65E, is removed by the founder. Okay. Section 6.6, the foundation company is required at all times after the founder's death, or if the founder is incapacitated, to have at least one supervisor who is not a director and is able and willing to supervise the management of the foundation company. If this requirement is not met, the foundation company shall, by ordinary resolutions, appoint one or more supervisors on such terms as it thinks fit to make up the shortfall, failing which the directors shall apply to the court under Section 9(2) of the Foundations Company Act revised. I think we went over this, right? So what was it, the Foundations Company Act? Okay. So in our Foundation Company Act here, Section 19(2). Nope, we didn't. We stopped with Section 17. So in Section 19(2) in the Foundations Company Act covers how to apply to the court. We glossed over that in Section 56. We did it very, very briefly, only because it didn't seem super relevant to us. But here, if there is some sort of shortfall and they need legal remediation, then they can apply to the courts, and the courts generally have a duty to help resolve that. And they have the ability to apply wide range of powers. I know we went over that a little bit. Oh, oops, it was right there. Grand Court functions. Here, Part 5 was the Grand Court's functions, of which was Section 19. The court plays an important role in resolving foundation company disputes, appointing, removing members, conducting investigations. So that's what this is referring to. In Part 5 here is Section 19. That is specified here in Section 6.6 of the Articles of Association. Good to know. So something in here that caught my attention. The foundation company is required at all times after the founder's death, or if the founder is incapacitated, to have at least one supervisor who is not a director? Where do we read that the supervisor is allowed to be a director? I remember reading that. have at least one supervisor who is not a director, right? Where did we read the supervisor could be the director? I remember reading that. And I think it was in the preamble. All right, so we got a supervisor, we got the director, we got the supervisor again. We got the director again. Here are keywords for this question. This is a fascinating one because I can't remember where we read it. Was it can also? Is also? No. I don't remember where that was. So, reference. Cannot remember where it was stated. So if someone says, I don't remember that, then I'll be like, okay, I'm pretty sure we read that. Maybe it was in the articles or in the memo where we talked about members. No, let's search director, right? Oh, you know what? Supervisor had less. Okay. No, it would have been here in the articles then. The supervisor. Okay, we're in section 6 now. 6.3. Impose rights. Okay, that's where we are now. I don't remember where we read it. We read it somewhere, though. All right, let's just keep going. We're in section 6.5, and we just read 6.6 right there. Now we're under 6.7. A supervisor, 6.7a, may require access during normal working hours to the files, books, accounts, and records of the foundation company. Cool. That's a good check and balance of power. Section 6.7b, may by notice of the foundation company call for such reports, accounts, information, and explanations from the directors as to the administration of the foundation company as are described in the notice. So an important thing here to remember is that the enforcement here is if the supervisor does not feel that they are getting satisfaction, they are able to bring an enforcement action against the foundation company. And SANDDAO 59, with the lawyers as guests, did articulate that as part of their brief. It was here, and it was toward the end, I think. Oh, here it is. The supervisor will retain the unconditional right to attend. There we go. And to bring an action on behalf of the company for the enforcement of the duties or liabilities of the directors. And we went over this in SANDDAO 56 when we were reading about the powers of the supervisor. They could bring an enforcement action. And as we just read in here, the Grand Court's function, the Grand Court plays an important role in resolving those disputes, of which could be the enforcement action. So that's how it all kind of fits together there. Cool stuff, man. This is so cool. All right. No question yet. I don't think I have any questions yet. We just read section 6.7b. Okay, section 6.7c. 6.7c has the right to receive notice of and attend and vote at general meetings, and 6.7d shall observe the foundation company's memo of association, these articles, and the bylaws. Okay? Section 6.8. The powers granted to a supervisor under these articles may only be exercised in the interests of the foundation company and its articles. Oh, excuse me, and its objects. Okay, got it. Section 6.9. Any duties of a supervisor are owed to the foundation company only. Section 610. The remuneration of a supervisor shall be at such time commercially reasonable rate and on such terms as agreed in writing by the supervisor and the directors and otherwise in accordance with its standards, terms of business from time to time in effect. Let's take a look at SIP 2. Did it name the fees for supervisor? Oh, the $50,000 here includes, oops, where am I? There. The $50,000 here includes supervisor, founder fees, and secretary fees. So not just legal fees. Okay, good to know. I wonder, does SIP 1, what does SIP 1, oh Lord, that might take a little bit. All right, we're done with section 6, which is the supervisor. Now we're going to section 7, which are the beneficiaries. Okay, so one of our earlier questions was, who are the beneficiaries? Okay, section 7.1. The foundation has the power, exercisable by notice of the foundation company. Section 7.1a. To designate persons or descriptions of persons as beneficiaries, conditionally or unconditionally. Section 7.1b. To give directions as to the benefits of which a beneficiary will or may receive from the foundation company. Section 7.1c. To declare that the beneficiary shall have an enforceable right to receive benefits from the foundation company or any other rights in or against the foundation company, or that the beneficiary is an interested person for any and all of the purposes of the Foundation Companies Act revised, and Section 7.1d to revoke or vary any such designation, direction, or declaration. And the foundation founder has so much power. But one of our questions we asked earlier was about who's the beneficiary. Let's take a look. Where did we ask that? I think we asked it in. I think we asked it in the memo. Beneficiary. Oh. There we go. Question number 5. Who are the beneficiaries? And we want to reference Articles of Association, page 9, section 7.1c. Okay, so now we need to make that highlighted. Okay, so if we need to reference what is it about the beneficiaries that we're looking at here? One thing, key point of interest is to declare that beneficiaries shall have enforceable rights and receive benefits. So once we figure out who those beneficiaries are, we can figure out then what sort of rights do they have, because this section 7 says the founder has the power to declare that. Okay, where's that enforceable action thing? It was under the supervisor, right? So the supervisor, we're just talking about here and the beneficiaries, section C. So what was the enforceable part? Shall observe. Did we have a question for section 6.6? Oh, did we read the supervisor? Where did we read that it could be? Okay. Where was the part about the courts? May require access? No. Call for such reports? Oh, it was under 6.7b. Okay. So page 8, section 6.7b may call for such reports, accounts, all that stuff. And the reference here was SANDDAO 56 slide what? 88. And that was part 5 of FCL, Grand Courts Function. And then also reference SANDDAO 57 slide, oh, not 57, 59, excuse me. SANDDAO 59 slide 40, supervisor enforcement action. Cool. This is how you weave all this stuff together. All right, so what I'm doing here is I'm weaving together in case I need to go back to it to have a discussion or to do a Q&A. This is where we do it, where we talked about it. All right. All right, let's go back. Call for such reports. Shall observe. Okay. We were in beneficiaries, weren't we? Yep, we adjusted to declare the beneficiaries have enforceable right. So there is another part. So page 9, section 7.1. Oops, wait a minute. Here we go. Page 9, section 7.1, Charlie. And what we're looking at, shall have an enforceable right. And that enforceable right is referenced by what we just went over, SANDDAO 56, slide 88. But also, let's take a look at SANDDAO 59. Did we talk about it there? Let's take a look. It was this one. So there's supervisor. Where did we talk about the beneficiary? Did we talk about it? Beneficiary? Those are all the questions I did have at one point. And nope. So there was no discussion of beneficiaries here. That would be part of the Q&A if we are able to have one. Okay. And it was not discussed. And then let's ask what enforceable right. Yeah. Beneficiaries. That's our keyword there. Shall have an enforceable right, right? So let's figure out what that right is. I think it's the right to go to the courts, the grand courts, but do they get enforcement actions? Okay. Restriction notice. We need to talk about restriction notice. Yeah, need more clarity on that restriction notice thing. It's a general question. And this was, you know what? Let's go ahead and reference the actual slide. when we did our Q&A here, I asked, are they the eyes and ears in the SANDDAO 59? Carolyn said yes, in a sense, but the supervisor is a passive role. The articles spell out this power, which is what we're reading now. And then Melissa said, restriction notices apply to the beneficial ownership regime, which I think was the token, maybe the token holder led phase. I think I need to ask that question. All right, so that would be reference slide, SANDDAO 59, slide 53, which was eyes and ears question. Hey, play a game for fun. Thank you for rating. Appreciate that. Yes, I am still going. I'm still going. I appreciate that. We are about halfway done with the Articles of Association. And this turned out to be a really, really long episode. But it needs to be done and we need to get through it. Appreciate that raid. I play a game for fun. All right. Where did we leave off? Section 7.2. Subject to any unrevoked declaration under Article 7.1c, that would be the declaration to have an enforceable right, a beneficiary does not, as such, have any rights, powers, or interests in or against the foundation company, the founder, the directors, the supervisors, or any property of the foundation company, except Section 7.2a, the right to retain any benefit that has been properly conferred upon the beneficiary by the foundation company, and Section 7.2b, the right exercisable by notice to the foundation company to terminate the beneficiary status as a beneficiary. Okay. Play game for fun in the chat said, try to play as many games as others, creators, especially those who post their experiences on my Discord. Right on. How about you message me on Twitter? Not Twitter, dang it. Message me your Discord link here in Twitch. Whisper it to me, though, because I think my bot will try and time you out if you do that. So just whisper it to me, and then I'll post it here for everyone to see. How about that? Thank you, Play Game. All right, next up. Oops, we are way past that. So 18. Hold up, phone. What's going on? 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. This should be 19, 19, 20, 21, 22. There we go. 27. What? Hold on a second. I think I messed something up. I did. I must have gotten something out of order. This is 19. 16, 17, 18, 19. Okay, good. So we will. There we go. All right, cool. I think we're back on track. 19, 20, 21, 22. This would be 23. Then this is question 24. Page 4, page 5. This is page 7. Oof, I messed up a little bit here. The ordering. Section 4. So it's page 2, section 1, section 3, section 3, section 3.7, section 4, section 4, section 5, section 5, section 6, section 7, and then there's section 4.3. Okay, good to go. Now we're on now question 25. 25 questions already. It's a lot. Play game for fun said, "Oh, I've just realized I forgot to draw the winner on my coin. I'll check there in the beginning of my next stream. If you want to announce the winner here now, play game, I can highlight your message. I can highlight it here, and then you can alert them elsewhere. Boom, right there. Big old stuff right across the stream. Up to you, though. All right. And Play Game for Fun's Discord. If you want to get involved in the stuff that he does, he streams quite a bit, and he's been a great member of SanFam for quite some time. Take a look at his Discord here. That is Play Game for Fun's Discord, where you can win stuff. Let's try that again. Fun's Discord is that. There we go. Okay, that didn't work, but there it is in chat at the bottom. Go ahead and click it and join and have fun. All right, so now I think I have this right. 4.3.5.6, section 5.7, section 5.15, section 5.6, section 6.7, section 7.1, and then there's the general question. Okay. Okay. 9 to 12. Question 13 to 15. Question 16 to 18. Question 19 to 22. Question 23. Good to catch this stuff in the moment. And then question 23, 25, and this is question 26. Holy smokes, that's a lot of questions. All right. So now we're on question 28. And we are now starting to read section 8, Secretary. Section 8.1. The first secretary is International Corporation Services Limited of Harbor Place, second floor, 103 South Church Street, P.O. Box 472, Georgetown, Grand Caymans, KY1-1106, Cayman Islands. I think we already clarified that what this was. So the key principal for ICSL is Michael Alberga, partner of TTA. Yeah, so we'll there isn't any there. I don't think I have a question here. Section 8.2. The founder has the power, exercisable by notice of the foundation company, to appoint or remove the secretary or any assistant secretary. Okay? So we can have an assistant secretary, it looks like, provided always that there shall be at all times a qualified person as defined under the law appointed as a secretary, and no secretary shall cease to hold office until a qualified person has been appointed in the secretary's place and the registrar has been notified. So we have gone over this quite a lot. The qualified person part. That qualified person is specified quite a bit in section and in SANDDAO 56, where we talk about what qualified people means. And where did we talk about it? Here, qualified person, and page 5 and 6 of the Foundation Companies Law, also called the Foundation Companies Act, means a person who is licensed or permitted by the company's management law, otherwise known as the Companies Management Act, to provide company management services in the islands. And so that's a good little reference thing. Reference SANDDAO 56, slide 85, which is FCL. What was that? FCL Part 1, Section 2. 2 means a person licensed or permitted by CMA. All right. Whoops. That should not be highlighted. All right. Where else are we looking for? FCL is a key phrase. Licensed. A qualified person. Oh, it's just a person. Licensed or permitted. These are also key phrases, as is CMA. All right, and the reason why we brought that up was section 8.2. And what was the question here? Was there a question? Assistant secretary can be not qualified. It is not required to be a qualified person. All right, that was the question here. Is the assistant secretary required to be a qualified person? That's our question. Here is a reference. Okay, there we go. And these are reference. Okay. And now we're on question number 29. We are moving right along here. Oh, that's how that happened. Okay, I see now why it got out of order. And then this gets highlighted. So is the assistant secretary that gets as a keyword as this qualified person. It's a keyword. All right. Now we're on section. Oops, we didn't put what the question was for. It was for page 10, section 8.2. All right, next question is our next read, section 8.3. The directors may appoint and remove the secretary or an assistant secretary provided there shall be at all times a qualified person as defined under the law appointed as a secretary, and no secretary shall cease to hold office until a qualified person has been appointed in the secretary's place and the registrar has been notified. Okay. Section 8.4. The remuneration of the secretary shall be, remuneration means compensation, how much are they paid, shall be at such a rate and on such terms as agreed in writing by the secretary and the directors and otherwise in accordance with its standard terms of business from time to time in effect. Okay. Section 8.5. The secretary shall at all times comply with the requirements of regulation laws as defined in Section 2 of the Companies Act, revised, and shall be entitled to receive from the foundation company and any interested person such information as the secretary may reasonably require for such compliance. Now, if you remember what we talked about, the secretary was required to do a number of things. They had to determine and assert a vast number of things. Determine? What was it? Assert? word did I use? I used a very specific word. I think I pretty much used declaration. I think it was declaration. To declare. There. So the secretary must state no objection when things are given to them. They must assert that no changes, declare that no changes have been made. And when changes are made, they must declare that. They must also what? There's a bunch of stuff that they must declare. Okay, so that's what we're referring to in section 8.5, right there. Section 8.6. Section 16 of the Foundations Company Act revised shall be observed. Okay. What was that again? Let's look at what that was. We looked at all that stuff in the beginning. Section what? Section 16, the Foundations Company Act. Okay. Huh. I don't have section 16 here. Let's take a look real fast. What was that? You know what that is. So we're going to pull open the legislation document and look at section 16. Oh, right. Not part 16, section 16. My fault. I forgot that they do that. So the Foundations Company law uses parts, but each part has a numbered section number. And the good news is they start with section 1 in part 1, and they conclude with section whatever in part 6, and it's all the way through. It doesn't start over. Like part 2 doesn't start over with a section 1. It's section whatever you ended with for part 1. So we can find that. So what's section 16? Section 16 is a secretary. A foundation company shall have a qualified person as its secretary. Okay, and if you wanted to read more about that, you go to the Foundation Company Law Act itself, and it's a pretty short read here. There's only 4 subparts to it in section 16. Right? Shall continue to hold office until a qualified person has been appointed. Person who's not a qualified person may be appointed, subject to contrary provisions, blah, blah, blah. Okay? Section 8.7. A person ceases to be a secretary if section 8.7a. If the person dies or becomes bankrupt or being a corporation enters into winding up or is dissolved, or section 8.7b, if the person resigns as secretary by notice of the foundation company, and the resignation shall have effective immediately unless the notice states otherwise, provided that there shall be at all times a qualified person as defined under the law appointed as the secretary, and no secretary shall cease to hold office until a qualified person has been appointed and the secretary's place and the registrar has been notified. That's taken right out of the law. So no questions there. Section 9. We're now in section 9. General meetings. Section 9.1. The secretary shall convene a general meeting when required to do so by written request of section 9.1a, the founder, section 9.1b, any person who has the right to attend general meetings, which is a supervisor, or could be the beneficiary, depending on how the founder appoints the beneficiary, and section 9.1c, the directors. Section 9.2. The persons who have the rights to receive notice of and to attend and have one vote each at the general meetings are section 9.2a, the founder, section 9.2b, any members, section 9.2c, the supervisors, and section 9.2d, any beneficiary to whom the right has been granted by an unrevoked declaration under Article 7.1c. We talked about that already. Here's 7.1c, where the founder has the power exercisable by notice of the foundation company to declare a beneficiary that has an enforceable right. Okay. Now we're at section 9.3. General meetings shall be convened by not less than 21 days notice. And in parentheses says, exclusive of the day on which the notice was served, in parentheses, to everyone entitled to attend, unless all persons entitled to attend agree to short notice or no notice. The notice shall state the place, day, and hour of the meeting and the general nature of the business to be transacted. Section 9.4. The accidental omission to give notice of a general meeting to any person so entitled, or the non-receipt of a notice of a meeting shall not invalidate the proceedings at that meeting. That's interesting. Let's make a question of that one. So our 29th question is page 11, section 9.4. Why does the accidental omission not invalidate the proceedings? Right? Why is that true? Because this gives kind of a loophole for a power play to occur. I think I noted this when I first read it. If they're not required, right? If accidental omission, and that accidental word can be loosely interpreted. I forgot to send you the notice, Mr. Supervisor. Sorry about that. But we held the meeting anyways, and it doesn't invalidate the vote where we voted you out, Mr. Supervisor. So sorry we forgot to tell you about that. It was going to happen. It was completely an accident. That's that loophole, right? So loophole. Meeting notice was forgotten to supervisor was not notified of meeting where supervisor was voted out. And remember, the supervisor is the eyes and the ears. He gets to look at why decisions were made. You know what I mean? So if a specific decision was made while the supervisor was forgotten to be included, there's a loophole right there. So I'm going to mark that one up as bright blue because I added that. To supervisor. I just like to know what the reasoning was. I'm sure there's a reason for it. I'm sure the reason wasn't just to have a loophole. So I'd like to hear what that answer is. Because that can be used a lot to circumvent stuff. Accountability. Circumvent accountability. And I am big into that. Very big into that. Okay. 9.5. Section 9.5. No business shall be transacted at a general meeting unless a quorum is present in person or by proxy when the meeting proceeds to the business. The quorum is a majority of the persons entitled to attend and shall include the founder if the founder is alive and not incapacitated. Okay, so the founder is a required quorum member in order for business to be transacted at a general meeting. Now, my first question was, what was a quorum? We answered that. Quorum is a majority. My second question is, what is business? The foundation company's general nature of business is holding company securities. And okay, there we go. That is it right there. I don't know what that means because that was the question we had about whether or not SIBA, Securities Investment Business Act, was applicable. So I don't know what that means. Let's ask. Okay, page 11, section 9.5. No business shall be transacted at a general meeting. Okay, so our question is, what is business? And what we think it is, if we reference whatever that section was, that, oops, we think under section 2.1 that it is general nature of business is holding company securities. Just going to say that. It's going to reference that literally. And then we think, what else do we think? Oh, the quorum part. And that the quorum is a majority of persons entitled to attend and shall include the founder. So that's good to know. Reference 9.5. So these questions are getting a little bit advanced. This is the sort of stuff that will take attorneys quite some time to put together. So that's all billable hours. That's all costing stuff. So I've got to be cognizant of that. We're at question number 30, and some of these might require some intense or a lot of research. Okay, that's probably enough. Just those two. Let's go to our next one, and now we're at 31. So we'll make business a new keyword because in general meeting is a keyword. Okay. So what is business? Yeah. What is business? Okay. We're now at section 9.6. At any general meeting of the foundation company, unless the laws or the foundation company's memorandum of association, these articles or the bylaws otherwise provided, every motion proposed shall be decided by ordinary resolution of those present in person or by proxy and entitled to vote. So this is what I was talking about when I said about the accidental omission. So what if, not even what if, the loophole here seems to be that the accidental omission where the meeting had a 9.6 activity, which is a motion passed by ordinary resolution, the supervisor was not there to see it and did not catch it. And because of 9.4, that is not invalidated. I think that's true. So let's put that. Loophole 1. All right, so loophole 2 is a section 9.6 activity, which is a vote, is held, but to any person, right? To any person. So what if I accidentally omitted inviting the founder? The founder was accidentally omitted from the invite. Does the that's still there. Is it invalidated? Right? So activity, an ordinary resolution was passed. That seems to be like a glaring loophole right there. All right, so section 9.7. A resolution in writing signed by all persons for the time being entitled to vote at general meetings shall be valid as effective as if the same had been passed at a general meeting of the foundation company duly convened and held. All right, we already know that one. That's good. Section 9.8. A general meeting may be held and any person may participate in a meeting by means of a conference telephone or similar communications equipment by means of which all persons participating in the meeting are capable of hearing each other, and such participation shall be deemed to constitute presence in person at the meeting. So we're talking like Zoom or Discord call. I guess even an X space, right? Twitter X space is a similar communications conference, which all persons participating are capable of hearing each other. Yeah, that could meet the intent. Okay. Before we move to section 10, so that's done with section 9.8. Before we move to section 10, we will take a quick 2-minute break and see you back soon. And we're back. Back again. So now we're on section 10. Proxies. Section 10.1. Any person entitled to attend and vote at a general meeting of the foundation company may be written instrument under hand, or if the appointer is a corporation, either under the corporation seal or under the hand of an officer or attorney duly authorized. Appoint a proxy to represent at the general meeting of the foundation company. All right, let's read that one again. Any person entitled to attend and vote at a general meeting of the foundation company may, by written instrument under hand, okay, or if the appointer is a corporation, either under the corporation's seal or under hand of the officer duly appointed authorized, appoint a proxy. Okay, got it. So any person who is allowed to vote at a general meeting may appoint a proxy to represent themselves at the general meeting as long as it's written. So I appoint X person to be my proxy. That is what this is. All right. Got to stay hydrated. Section 10.2. The instrument appointing a proxy may be in any usual or common form or as otherwise acceptable to the chairman of the meeting for which the instrument is first presented. I've not heard the word chairman before. I missed that. Oh, it was previously talked about in. Oh, we haven't gotten there yet. Section 11. So this is the first time we are seeing the word chairman. I don't know. We need to add that person to our rectangle of confusion. Know what I'm talking about? Our rectangle of confusion is this. So let's add chairman that references to chairman. Let's do that. All right, let's do this. It's going to make it a little bit messy, but we need to talk about this person now, I guess. That looks a little weird, but we're gonna put in there. So chairman is apparently a part of this now. Let's go to our questions. So what would be our question here? It would be page 12, section 10.2. Who is the chairman? They aren't mentioned before. There we go. So the chairman is now a new buzzword. Let's find out. Section 11, directors meeting. This is fascinating, okay? Section 11.1, except as otherwise provided by these articles, the directors, so you can have more than one, shall meet together for the dispatch of business, convening, adjourning, and otherwise regulating their meetings as they think fit. Okay? Questions arising at any meeting shall, unless the laws or the foundation company's memorandum of association, these articles, or the bylaws otherwise provide, be decided by a majority vote of the directors present. Each director shall have one vote. In case of equality of votes, meaning a tie, the chairman of the meeting shall have a second or casting vote each. So the chairman is the tiebreaker. So let's break this one down. Actually pretty easy. The directors shall meet together for the dispatch of business, convening, adjourning, or otherwise regulating their meetings as they think fit. And questions arising from any meeting shall be decided by a majority vote, with the chairman being the tiebreaker. Okay, got it. Section 11.2. The secretary on the written requisition of a director shall at any time summon a meeting of the directors by at least 5 days' notice. And in parentheses says, exclusive of the day in which the notice is served, in parentheses, in writing to every director specifying the place, the day, and the hour of the meeting and the general nature of the business to be transacted, unless notice is waived by all the directors either at, before, or after the meeting is held. That last part, though. Shall be transacted unless notice is waived by all directors. Okay, got it. So they need 5 days notice to do a meeting. They can do the meeting whenever else they want. Section 11.3. The quorum necessary for the transaction of the business of the directors may be fixed by ordinary resolution of the foundation company, and unless so fixed, shall be at least 2 of the directors then holding office present in person where 2 or more directors are appointed, and otherwise a quorum shall be 1 director. Okay, so they just clarify what quorum was. If there's only 1 director, then quorum is 1 director. And if you have 5 directors and you didn't specify what quorum was through ordinary resolution, then it's 2 directors. Okay? Section 11.4. Minutes of all meetings of the directors shall be signed by the chairman of the meeting or the next succeeding meeting, and a copy of the minutes shall be circulated to all directors and the secretary within 14 days after the meeting and in any event before the next scheduled meeting. Section 11.5. A resolution in writing signed by all the directors for the time being shall be as valid and effectual as if it had been passed at a meeting of the directors duly convened. Okay, so they could technically, in Discord, convene a meeting. Oh, they could pass a resolution on Discord if they wanted to. They could pass it in, I don't know, via text, like a group chat. That's the way this reads. Section 11.6. a meeting of the directors may be held, and any director may participate in a meeting by means of a telephone conference or similar communications, like an X Space or Zoom, equipment by means of which all persons participating in the meeting are capable of hearing each other, and such participation shall be deemed to constitute presence in person at the meeting. Okay, got it. Section 12, registers. Section 12.1. In addition to the registers required to be maintained under the laws, the foundation company shall maintain a register of interested persons at its registered office, which shall, inter alia, record. Let's look at what inter alia means. Inter alia means among other things. So is inter alia the same as et al? No. While both inter alia and et al are Latin phrases used to indicate among other things or and others respectively, they're not exactly the same thing. Inter alia specifically means among other things and is used when listing a few examples from a larger group, while et al is more commonly used to shorten a list of people or things by saying and others. Okay, I don't really know what that difference is supposed to tell me, but okay, got it. Which shall, inter alia, among other things, record, section 12.1a, the date upon which a person first shall became an interested person, and upon which the person ceased to be an interested person. The date upon which a person first became an interested person, and upon which the person ceased to be an interested person. Okay. Section 12.1b, the name of the currently designated representative of such interested person in the case of a corporate member. Oh, the proxy. That's the proxy. That's got to be section 10, what they're referring to. Okay. Section 12.1a, section 12.1c, the address of the interested person in the islands for services of notices. For service of notices. Okay. Section 13, accounts. We're getting there. Section 13.1, the director shall cause proper books to account to be kept for. Section 13.1a, all funds received or expended or distributed by the foundation company and the matters in respect of the receipt or expenditure takes place. And section 13.1b, the assets and liabilities of the foundation company. And proper books of account shall not be deemed to be kept if there are not kept such books as are necessary to give a true and fair view of the state of the foundation company's affairs and to explain its transactions. Such books shall be kept at the register office or such other place as may be determined by special resolution of the company. Special resolution is 2/3 majority. Assets and liabilities of the foundation company as was first determined with the initial members and then accrued over time. And this is me reading into this. I'm done reading section 13.1 right now. And all right, let's reread section 13.1a. All funds received. All right, the directors shall cause proper books of account to be kept for all funds received or expended or distributed by the foundation company. Okay, got that part. And the matters in respect of which the receipt or expenditure takes place. Oh, like I guess a general meeting. And the matters. I don't know what "and the matters" means exactly. Let's make it a question since we already have 31 of them. What does "and the matters" mean? Here we go. Okay. Section 13.2. The books of accounts shall be open at any time in ordinary business hours to inspection by the founder, a supervisor, and any other person to whom a right of access has been granted under the foundation company's Memorandum of Association, these articles or the bylaws. Section 13.3. By notice to the foundation company, the founder or a supervisor may call for such reports, accounts information and explanations from the directors as to the administration of the foundation company as are described in the notice. Okay. Section 14, auditors. Section 14.1, foundation company may, but shall not be required by ordinary resolution at any time, appoint or replace an auditor or auditors of the foundation company. The remuneration of an auditor shall be fixed by ordinary resolution. This is another new one, an auditor. All right, so we don't really know. These are just more and more and more people. Did I have auditor anywhere? Okay. In the foundation company's law, in Schedule 2, that's where the Articles of Association. Oops, you can't see what I'm doing. There. So in the foundation company law, Schedule 2, which is where the model constitution is, and that's just a template association, Articles of Association, which a foundation company is not required to do. They're not required to abide by this model constitution. But as we learned, when we can compare the two side by side in SANDDAO 56, they are very similar. So when the foundation company, our foundation company, Sandbox DAO, was stood up, it used a lot of the same language from the model constitution and Schedule 2 of the foundation company's law on page 20 through 31. So in the Articles of Association, it talks about an auditor. At least it lists the auditor. And I'm willing to bet you if I were to pull it up side by side, it would list an auditor, same or similar language as this. Okay? Good to know. I think my only question is same thing as the chairman. On this time, it's page 14. It's section 14.1. Who is the auditor? They aren't mentioned before. Okay. Section 14.2. Every auditor shall have a right of access at all times and ordinary business hours to the books of account of a foundation company and shall be entitled to require from the directors and officers of the foundation company such information and explanation and access to vouchers and other documents as the auditor considers necessary for the performance of the auditor's duties. You know what? Actually, no. I just looked it up in the foundation company's law. It's not there. Let's take a look in the Companies Act. Let's look up the word audit. So there is a mention of audit in the Companies Act under Section 59, Accounts and Audits. It talks about audits. Does it talk about an auditor? It does. Under Section 43, under Proceedings at General Meetings, talks about businesses being conducted, something about giving a report to auditors and fixing remuneration of auditors. So in the foundation's company law, it only mentions it in the template. And in the Companies Act, the big one, which is the big one on our reg stack, right? So that would be this one here, down at the bottom, that Companies Act there. So this big one has it in one of the sections. So sections 43, 100. Okay, so that's where it mentions it in here. And in the foundation's company law, it mentions it in the schedule optional template for a company's Articles of Association, which the the Sandbox DAO Foundation used that template and used a lot of it. Okay. Section 15, winding up. All right. We're getting close. think there's only 16 sections. All right, so winding up. Section 15.1. The foundation company shall be wound up if the founder delivers notice to the foundation company at its registered office declaring that it is to be wound up. The person designated in the founder's notice shall be the liquidator. Another word. But we know what the liquidator is because we talked about the liquidator in SANDDAO 56. I don't think, because the liquidator is only comes into play when they're appointed, so I don't think we need to really talk about them much. Okay, so the person designated in the person designated in the founder's notice shall be the liquidator, or if no liquidator is so appointed, then the directors shall or such person as they shall appoint shall be the liquidator. The surplus assets shall be distributed to the founder or as the founder directs. That is okay. You know what? We first talked about this over in the memo. And here in section 10, we talked about if there are surplus assets, it shall be applied or distributed under the Articles of Association. Okay, now here is the Articles of Association saying the surplus assets shall be distributed to the founder or as the founder directs. So now we really want to know who the founder is. Okay, so let's go back to our question. Who is the founder? Who be the founder? Because they are about to get, not only do they have God mode privileges, but they also get everything, looks like. Where's our founder? Founder, 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 founder. All right, there we go. Oh, we didn't ask. Who is the founder? That's two questions. Let's stick to one question at a time. It's gonna mess up everything, won't it? Yes, it will. Oh, you know what? I can delete this question. And then add a new question 9 over here. Yeah, let's do that. Who is the founder? All right, and then our reference for why this is so applicable to us now is page 14, or just section 15.1, the surplus assets. Oh, we need a reference first, the MOA. And which part was it? Section 10. Shall be applied under the Articles of Association. This one is shall be given to the founder. Okay, good. Good stuff. We are deep diving deep into this, but we are excavating everything. There is very, very little confusion here. There are a lot of questions, but there's very little confusion about what's happening now. After we did all of these episodes together before today, so that's episode SANDDAO episode 34, SANDDAO 56, 57, and 59. So much of this is now, like, instead of 100 questions, we have only 30 something now. We understand a lot more. So much more. Okay. Who is the auditor? They aren't mentioned before. All right, we were in here, winding up, section 15. We had to go back here to section 9, or to question 9. to ask who the founder was and reference how shall it be applied. And then we need to rearrange this one so that it restarts at 10. And we are good. All right, back on track. Section 15.2. Members, directors, and supervisors as such have no power or authority to wind up the foundation company or petition the court to wind up the foundation company, except in the case of insolvency or for the purposes of a bona fide reorganization intended to enable the foundation company to carry out its objects more efficiently. I have a feeling this is one of the things that is undecided. Because right here, you're saying in the company that no one else has the ability to wind up the company except for the founder. But I see this as a point of clarification that may get challenged in the court and become case law. Because that's a pretty broad statement. Not broad. That's a pretty restrictive statement that no one else has the authority to wind it up when the founder isn't mentioned in the Companies Act, and it's only mentioned as an optional template in the foundation's company law. So you are designating an optional person to have the ability to wind up or liquidate or close down the company. Something tells me that that one is not could be challenged. So the question is how enforceable is when founders are optional roles? That's the question on that one. Okay. So let's read this again. 15.2. Members, directors, and supervisors as such have no power or authority to wind up the foundation company or petition the court to wind up the foundation company, except in the case of insolvency or for the purposes of a bona fide reorganization intended to enable the foundation company to carry out its objects more efficiently. So that also petition the court. I think that's probably why I believe that it's going to get challenged because you're restricting someone's ability to have legal remediation, a legal remedy, which in the U.S. that's a big no-no. You can't do that. In some cases you can, but in very, very particular cases, and the case law on that's super shaky. So that is, I think that's probably a point of, oh, you can't read what I'm saying. I'm sorry. This right here, I think that part of this sentence is suspect. Okay. So now we're on question 35. Whew. Now we're in section 16. We're four pages away. Indemnity and insurance. Now remember when we said indemnify, you will help pay for. Section 16.1. In this article, section 16.1a, an indemnified party means each of the founder, director, supervisors, secretary, and other officers of the foundation company for the time being, and any trustee for the time being acting in relation to any of the affairs of the foundation company and their heirs, executors, administrators, and personal representatives, respectively. I was about to add a whole bunch of people in our rectangle of confusion, but I don't think trustee is an actual role. I don't think trustee is an actual role in the foundation company. I think they're just mentioned as though if a trustee somewhere else comes and says, I need to be indemnified, I guess. Okay. Section 16(1)(b). Liabilities mean all liabilities, costs, charges, losses, including consequential losses, damages, fees, expenses, including legal and other professional fees and expenses, judgments, fines, penalties, interests, settlements, and other amounts, including with prejudice to the generality of the foregoing, any liabilities in respect of or in connecting with any proceedings. We're talking about court proceedings there. Maybe ADR, dispute resolution proceedings, maybe that. Alternative dispute resolutions. Section 16(1)(c). Proceedings means all suits, proceedings, demands, claims, and actions of whatsoever kind, whether civil, criminal, administrative, investigative, regulatory, or otherwise. There you go. Section 16.1(d). Reference in this article to actual fraud or willful default mean a non-appealable finding to such effect by a competent court in relation to the conduct of the indemnified party. Okay. Section 16.2. Each indemnified party shall, to the fullest extent permitted by law, be indemnified on an after-tax basis out of the assets of the foundation company from and against all liabilities which the indemnified party shall or may incur or sustain, provided that no indemnified party shall be entitled to indemnification with respect to any liability to the extent that such liability resulted from an act or omission that constitutes actual fraud or willful default on the part of the indemnified party. 16. All right, let's break that one down a little bit. This is actually the definition here of how the indemnified party should be treated in 16.2. Each indemnified party shall, okay, fullest extent permitted by law, okay, be indemnified on an after-tax basis. So after they do their taxes, after they factor in their tax liability. So whenever you buy buy shoes and you have sales tax, okay, the person will be indemnified, reimbursed after taxes, I guess, after taxes are assessed, of the foundation company from and against all liabilities. Again, up here, liabilities means all these things, which the indemnified party shall or may incur or sustain. That right there is the indemnification part. All right, so against all liabilities which the indemnified party shall or may incur or sustain. And then they have this little asterisk here. All right, and the most important part is constitutes actual fraud or willful default. So if this indemnification happens and it's determined that the indemnified party has committed fraud or willful default, then the indemnification is no longer applicable. All right, but we're not done here. 16.2a is by reason of an act done or admitted to be done in connection with the business and activities of the foundation company. 16.2b, by reason of such person being a founder, director, supervisor, secretary, trustee, or officer. Or 16.2c, in or about the execution of their duty as a founder, director, supervisor, secretary, trustee, or officer. Okay. 16.3, unless the same shall result from an act or omission that constitutes the actual fraud or willful default by the indemnified party, no indemnified party shall be liable or answerable for 16a, the acts, receipts, neglects, or defaults of any other indemnified party. 16.3b, joining in any receipt for the sake of the conformity. 16.3c, the solvency or honesty of any banker or other persons with whom any monies or securities or tokens belonging to the foundation company may be lodged or deposited for safe custody. 16.3 delta D, any insufficiency of any security upon which any monies of the foundation company may be invested. 16.3 E, acting on any advice or opinion given by legal advisors to the foundation company. That's a convenient one. Okay. That's a pretty big loophole there. 16.3, maybe loophole is the wrong word. That is a pretty broad protection right there. That's a big protection. So big, in fact, after I read that one sentence, that the identified party is not responsible or answerable for any act where they receive advice or opinion by legal advisors. So in our case, the DAO is TTA. And depending on who the identified party is, it could be anybody, I guess. It could be the director, could be supervisors, could be the founder, I think. I'm not sure. That's a question right there. Good question. So they could have unlimited indemnification so long as they acted on the advice or opinion given by a legal advisor. So seeing that, I'm now no longer confused as to why someone may or may not rely on legal's advice so much. Because if they do, and they're identified, they get broad waiver of liability. That's just within the foundation company, though. Someone can still sue them. That's how indemnification kicks in. And then section 16.3E. Who are the indemnified parties? This section grants broad liability waiver if legal is involved. If legal was involved in the action. Which who wouldn't have legal involved in a lot of that? So interesting. All right. And then 16.3F, any liabilities due to any such cases as aforesaid. I think aforesaid means said above us. What does aforesaid mean? Being the one previously mentioned or spoken of. I don't know what that's supposed to mean here in this sentence, in this list. 16.3G, any other liabilities when the foundation company shall or may incur or sustain by reason of any act done or omitted in connection with the business and activities of the foundation company, or by reason of such person being a founder, director, supervisor, secretary, trustee, or officer, or in or about the execution of their duty in their respective offices and trusts. Okay. 16.4. To the fullest extent permitted by law, amounts incurred by an identified party in defending or otherwise in connection with any liability or proceeding, whether as a party or otherwise, shall from time to time be advanced by the foundation company prior to a final non-appealable finding of a competent court that the identified party is not entitled to be indemnified upon receipt by the foundation company of an undertaking by or on behalf of the identified party to repay such amounts if there shall be a final non-appealable finding of a contempt court that the indemnified party is not entitled to be indemnified. Holy smokes. All right, the most important part in this whole thing is shall from time to time be advanced by the foundation company, meaning the foundation company may pay legal fees and all that stuff ahead of a court's finding or a court's resolution or verdict. 16.5. The indemnification provided by this article shall be in addition to any other rights to which an identified party may be entitled under an agreement as a matter of law or otherwise, both as to actions in the identified party's identified party's capacity as an identified party and as to actions in any other capacity, and shall be continued as to any identified party who has ceased to serve in the capacity in which such identified party became entitled to identification under this article. Oh my gosh. All right. Give me a second. Let me eyeball this again. All right. I think I'm not fully understanding this, but I think the first part here, the identification provided in this article shall be in addition to any other rights to which an identified party may be entitled under any agreement. Okay, that's the first important part. The second important part is, and shall continue as to any identified party who has ceased to serve in this capacity, in which such identified party became entitled to indemnification. So, meaning this last part means that if someone is no longer indemnified, but at the time they did this action, they were indemnified, they shall be treated as having been indemnified now by the foundation company. Okay? So if the director was indemnified and was entitled to this indemnification 5 years from now when they are sued, and it was determined during when they did this, they were indemnified. And then 5 years later, the foundation company shall treat them as indemnified, so pay for their stuff. Okay. 16.6. No amendment, modification, or repeal of this article or any other provision of these articles shall in any manner terminate, reduce, or impair the right of any past, present, or future indemnified party to be indemnified by the foundation company or the obligations of the foundation company to indemnify any such indemnified party under and in accordance with the provisions of this agreement as in effect immediately prior to such amendment, modification, or repeal with respect to any liability arising from or relating to matters occurring in whole or in part prior to such amendment, modification, or repeal, regardless of when such liability may be arise or be asserted. Jeez, that's a lot to say this first sentence. No amendment, modification, or repeal of this article or any other provision shall in any way terminate, reduce, or impair the right of the indemnified party to be indemnified. That's it. The rest of this is good, I guess, but legalese that just kind of gives you your assertions and assumptions and stuff. That's the way that reads to me, at least. Section 16.7. How many more? Okay. Section 16.7. Any amendment, modification, or repeal of this article, or that otherwise affects this article, that limits its scope shall be prospective only. Prospective means, I think, not permanent. Relating to or effective in the future, likely to come about. Yeah. So future. Not yet put into practice. And shall not in any way affect the limitations on the liability of the identified parties under this article as in effect immediately prior to such amendment, modification, or repeal with respect to any liability arising from or relating to matters occurring in whole or in part prior to such amendment, modification, or repeal, regardless of when such liability may arise or be asserted, provided that the identified party became an identified party hereunder prior to such amendment, modification, or repeal. Okay. Got it. Section 16.8. The directors, on behalf of the financial company, may purchase and maintain insurance for the benefit of any indemnified party against any liabilities or proceedings. That rings a bell. Secretaries are required to have insurance, I think. Is either that or directors? I don't remember which one. Let's take a look here for a second. Insurance. Oops, that's the wrong one. This one. One of them had to have insurance. Yeah, okay. So if our director was licensed under the DRLL, Directors Registration and Licensing Law, they would be required to have insurance. But if our director is not covered under by this, then they are not required to have insurance. But 16.8 says they may purchase insurance. Okay. Section 17, which is in error called the Constitution. If you look at SIP number 1, I think it's about time we go over that. SIP number 1. Okay. Down at the bottom, we get into the Constitution. But if you click the Constitution, it will bring you to the bylaws. And per Cayman Islands law, not policy, not interpretation, per the law, the bylaws are not part of the Constitution. All right, we went over that in SANDDAO 56. All right, so if we talk about the Constitution, let's actually search bylaws. All right. Bylaws are optional, but as specified in Section 2 of the Foundation Companies Law, the Constitution means the memo and articles of the foundation company, but not its bylaws. So, where this is called the Constitution, just know that it's the bylaws and not the Constitution. I think that was just an error. So, Section 17, bylaws. Section 17.1. Founder, by notice of the foundation company or the foundation company by special resolution, may adopt bylaws that are not inconsistent with the laws or the Memorandum of Association or those articles or these articles. So, okay, may adopt bylaws. They're already optional per law, Cayman Islands law, which are now called acts. There's a lot of stuff that's different. Section 17.2. Bylaws may relate to any aspect of the business or affairs of the foundation company or any of the duties or powers of the directors or the delegates or others who have duties or powers under these articles, including the way of achieving the foundation company's objects. Remember, the objects were in the very, very, very beginning of this whole podcast episode, which is the whole reason why this thing exists. All right, continuing on. The benefiting of beneficiaries, the investment, management, and protection of the foundation company's assets, the remuneration of directors and their delegates, the delegation of the directors' duties and powers, the supervision of the management of the foundation company, and the appointment of the advisors and other service providers. Okay, that's a mouthful, but that's actually a pretty important one. So this is saying that the bylaws has the ability to expand on almost everything. There's a lot. There's not a lot that this doesn't include, in my opinion. You got the objects, which is everything the foundation company does, beneficiaries, the investments, the management, the protection of the assets, the remuneration, which is all of the compensations, payments, of the directors and delegates, and their delegates. Those are the proxies and their delegates, their proxies. Duties and powers, supervision, appointment of advisors and other service providers. Like, this is almost everything right here in this one subtle, unassuming paragraph at the end. So the Constitution is only 8 pages, so we'll get through that today. 8 pages is not a lot. 17.3. The bylaws may be varied or revoked by the founder by notice to the foundation company or by special resolution of the foundation company. There it goes again. That founder is able to do anything. 17.4. The adoption or variation of bylaws shall not render any director or other person liable for prior conduct. Huh. It's like almost an indemnification thing going on there. The adoption or variation of bylaws shall not render any director or other person liable for prior conduct. Oh, that's just a retroactive statement saying that the new, whatever you, if on Monday you have something that's not saying that you can get in trouble for signing something in red ink, but then on Tuesday you adopt a bylaw variation that says you will get in trouble if you use red ink. The person who signed the thing in red ink on Monday is not going to get in trouble on Tuesday for the new variation saying that red ink now is bad to sign with. That's what this is saying. It's called a retroactive clause. Okay. This is not retroactive. I think that's part of jurisprudence across the world. I might be using that term wrong, but basically like law theory that, I mean, you can't be held. Never mind. We can keep going. 17.5. No third party dealing in good faith with the foundation company need be concerned with the bylaws or their observance. So there we have it. This just puts into place what is already part of the Cayman Islands law. All right, let's keep going. Almost there. Section 18, alteration of the memorandum and articles. Section 18.1, the memorandum of association and these articles may be altered in accordance with Clause 11 of the memorandum of association, and no other alteration may be made, which is in any way inconsistent with Clause 6, 10, 11 of the memorandum of association. Refer back to what I said when we first went over this. It's the same thing under the memorandum of association. We already talked about this one. Same thing. Okay. Section 19, financial year end. 19.1, the company's financial year end will be 31 December or such other date as the directors determine. Okay. Are we done? Made it. This was dated 20 November 2023. Signed by International Corporation Services Limited, ICSL. Remember, ICSL is being run, the principal agent is, right, I don't want to misspeak. Give me a second. ICSL. Yeah, the key principal for ICSL is Michael Alberga, who is a partner of TTA, who is the legal counsel SIP2 hires into Sandbox Foundation. Okay? All right, just a reminder. So this article of association is signed by ICSL, by this authorized signatory person, and witnessed by this person. Odds are this person is a government official, I think. It's a witness, though, maybe not. And then this person is an authorized signatory of ICSL. Okay? The end of the articles. Holy smokes, that took forever. Oh my gosh. Oh, Lord. All right. We do have one final question. Let's go back to that really, really important paragraph. Let's make a question out of this because I was not expecting. And when I first read this, it wasn't obvious to me that that was so powerful. This seems to. So we're talking about 17.2, this broad thing where bylaws can do anything. This seems to encompass everything about the TSB DAO Foundation. Does this exclude, does this section exclude anything? So as in, is there something the bylaws can't touch? There. So we're going to highlight our buzzwords. And there's our 36th question. Okay. All right. That was our articles of association as part of the Constitution. Okay? So there's our agenda item down there in the bottom. Done. Next is the bylaws. It's only 8 pages, so I mean, we're already 4.5 hours into this. We're going to keep going. Can't believe 4 hours. 4 hours. All right, next up are the bylaws. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break. We'll be right back. And we're back. So, bylaws, not the Constitution, but is called the Constitution, I think, on accident. And in SIP number 1 and SIP number 2, I think, right? It's listed on both. Yeah. So SIP number 1 and 2 lists the bylaws. Again, they call it the Constitution. It is not the Constitution. So down here, oops, you can't see what I'm doing. Down here, Constitution. Okay. That is the bylaws, mistakenly named. So, anyways, the Constitution, as we just learned, nope, that's the wrong word. I just did it myself. The bylaws, as we just learned, augment, enhance, and give further guidance for how a foundation company is run. And per our Articles of Association, bylaws may relate to almost anything. But the key thing here to know about the bylaws is no third party outside of the foundation company is required to be concerned with the bylaws. That's both written here and is also part of Cayman Islands law. So that's a big one. So that was the articles. Now let's roll right into the Constitution, which is the bylaws. Okay, not the Constitution, just the bylaws. Right. So call it that. Adopted 28 May 2024, which is the day that the DAO was born, was launched. When was this? These were launched. Oh, this was in November, right? So November 2023 is when this came about. And November 2023, same thing with the memo. But for the Constitution, it has a date of 28 May. So this is clearly put together by the DAO admin team. You can just kind of tell by the way it's got the header on it and all that stuff. Good odds are the DAO admin team had a role to play here. So good news is it's only 8 pages. All right. And before we get into this, let's talk a little bit about the SIP. The SIP where I'm pretty sure the compensation, which we've been calling remuneration this whole time, is not in here, but it does reference some things that we need to talk about. So in SIP 1, which is introducing the Sandbox DAO, the reason why I think they connect it to the bylaws is because the bylaws are going to talk a lot about how the Sandbox DAO works, whereas the articles and the memos that we just spent the past 4 hours reading is related to the Sandbox DAO, the Sandbox Foundation company. So the legal separate entity is separate from the actual DAO, like the voting DAO. That's why they call it the DAO wrapper. Okay, we went over that in SANDDAO 58 with Ernest Lee, who is a practicing U.S. attorney. Okay, so this SIP 1 introduced the Sandbox DAO, which was the concept of what it is we actually do every day, the DAOing part, the voting, all that. This SIP, Sandbox Improvement Proposal, introduces the Sandbox Decentralized Autonomous Organization and proposes the approval of its Constitution, Special Council, which was the initial members, Advisory Board, which is with the initial members, Communication Channels, which is Discourse, Code of Conduct. I actually don't know about that one. And then Administrative Resources. Code of Conduct. get a code of conduct before? Oh, we do have a code of conduct. Oh, I didn't even know that. Whoops. Okay. So the special counsel has a code of conduct. Got it. Special counsel, code of conduct, and then a general code of conduct. Whoops, I overlooked that one. So those approved all these things at once, and again, 89% approval rating. So it passed, and then here in the Constitution it says, pursuant to the Constitution, holders of sand and land tokens may vote. That okay? Why? Empowering a global community of creators and gamers. Then this is the SIP, Sandbox Improvement Proposal number 1. Very first thing we voted on. Well, technically that's not true because it got resubmitted, but we'll just move past that. The Sandbox's DAO envisions a decentralized, innovative, and inclusive virtual universe. How? The DAO will act as a decentralized community with the power to propose and vote on key matters related to its values. All right, so we're reviewing all of this just so we can set the stage for the Constitution. The bylaws, not the Constitution, the bylaws. Gosh darn it, I did it again. And its values and the ecosystem associated with the Sandbox metaverse. The DAO will be supported by the Sandbox Foundation, CSIP2. So we just went over all of that. That was everything we just spent the past 4.5 hours on, which, as a Cayman Foundation, will provide the legal structure, tools, and resources necessary to affect the DAO community's decisions. You see how this is coming together? You've got DAO Foundation, which was stood up as a legal structure to protect the DAO itself. Okay, so that was SIP 2. And SIP 1 is the DAO itself, all the little stuff that's going to happen in the middle, all the voting that we do. Okay, so when intends to exist in perpetuity, meaning forever. Who? The authors of the SIP are Arasakio, which is the company founded by our current DAO administrator, Cyril. And SIP details, so we go into all sorts of stuff here, set the roles of the DAO bylaws describes its visions, values, governance framework, and roles of the special counsel and advisory board. Okay, let's cheat just a little bit. Okay, so they're not named in here. So we will continue on reading because 2 and 2 together will equal 4 here. So the description are the Sandbox DAO bylaws. Then it talks about the election. In accordance with the bylaws, the DAO special counsel is hereby established. The initial members are approved and will terminate as of December 31st, 2025. So that is 9 months from now. And the initial members are Yatsu, Chairman, Animoca Browns, Sebastian Bourget, the Chief Operating Officer and co-founder of the Sandbox, Shannon Snow, the Chief Operating Officer of World of Women, Jean-Michel Paun, the co-founder of Grail Capital, which is also he also was CEO of Ledger for a while. Frédéric Montagnon, which is the chairman of Ariane. Okay, then you have the election of the initial advisory board, which, in accordance with the Constitution, it's hereby established to serve as cultural ambassadors and strategic advisors, whereas the special counsel was established to review and advise on SIPs in alignment with the DAO's vision and values and the code of conduct. Okay? That's why you get the negative, neutral, or positive recommendation from the special counsel. Fun fact, SIP number, I want to make sure I get it right. Fun fact, SIP number 21 was my SIP. Okay, that was the one where you can get resolution options for like widescreen and other than the normal stuff, and also to resize your window options, which right now you can't. It started with a negative. Okay, started with a negative. By no means was I the first negative. I think I was maybe the 5th or 6th SIP to receive a negative recommendation from the council, but I am the first. SIP number 21 is the first SIP to pass with a negative recommendation. So there is an unofficial council recommendation negative club. It actually doesn't. We don't really organize or talk to each other at all. It's just there is, there is a group of SIPs who have negative. And we don't. Again, we don't organize. We don't talk to each other. But it is quite funny that we are a group of SIP authors who have received negative recommendation. I am the only one so far that has gotten a yes. And you can see it was resubmitted because it got a it it, it didn't reach quorum here. 136%. It didn't reach quorum as I think it was SIP number 14. But I resubmitted it because after we started getting the delegates, I was much more confident we could reach quorum with the yes vote, and we did. So that only happened earlier last month in February. Anyways, let's go back to SIP number 1. So the election of the initial advisory board, their cultural advisors and strategic advisors, and they also will terminate as of December 31st, 2025. They are Mia Bao, founder of Beat Crypto and DAObase, and we interviewed her SIP number, no SIP. It was episode number 14. SANDDAO 14. We interviewed Mia Bao, advisory board. Okay. Also, Anthony Chow, co-founder and CEO of Court Hero. Loretta Chen, Dr. Loretta Chen, co-founder and CEO of Smuggler Studios, and she was episode 10. Dr. Loretta Chen, advisory board member. Okay. Then there was also Zaf Chow, CCO of Artifact Labs, also used to be part of Animoca Brands. Samuel Choi, general manager of Bliss Concepts Limited. I forget, forgive me. They are Samuel Choi is general manager of a very, very popular, oh, there it is, McDull. Very, very popular thing. I don't exactly know what it is, but like McDull. I've seen posters of it on pictures in Hong Kong. I've never been to Hong Kong, but I've seen pictures of Hong Kong where McDull is here. It's like I guess a cartoon, but general manager of this McDull in Hong Kong. So that seemed like kind of a big deal. And then there's also Ina Moja, CEO of Code Green. She is behind she's a musician, a singer, a successful one then, and also has spoken quite a bit at the United Nations and recently sang the national anthem at the Olympics. Can't remember which national anthem it was. Apologies, Ina. And also, she's really big into the Great Green Wall, which is the Great Green Wall in Africa. Right? It's a big initiative to increase the amount of arable land. All right, what's arable again? Define that for me. Used or suitable for growing crops. All right, so it's this big like horizontal stretch of land. Here, see it? That goes right across the top of Africa. So they're trying to make that more inhabitable or suitable. Suitable. Okay. Then you have Matthias Vivian, who is co-founder and CEO of Hermit Crab Studios. He is also a former professional footballer, so soccer, for those of you who are not up on football, right? And I tried very hard to interview everybody, right? So I've contacted all of them, both them and the special counsel. I've contacted them all multiple times to try and get interviews. The only ones I was able to secure was Sebastian Bourget, which was episode number 8. Dr. Loretta Chen, which is episode number 10. Mia Bao, which is episode 14. And we spoke to one of the managers, one of the managers, episode 11 at Hermit Crab Studio, which is what Matthias Vivienne is CEO of. And I really enjoyed that one. That was great. Loved it. So that right there. Hermit Crab Studio. Okay. So those are the people. And the reason why I'm listing them out here is because they're not listed in the Constitution, although they are described there. So they were, when this SIP was what ended in July 13th, or sorry, June 13th, 2024, they were elected into office and they were to remain in office until December 31st, 2025. Okay, so communication channels here talks about exactly what we already knew. The website, right? The DAO's hub, so sandboxdao.com. Discussion forum, which is discourse. The voting platform, which is snapshot. So this is called the tech stack. So it approved the tech stack. It also approved the code of conduct, which there's that general one here. And there's a special code of conduct for just this special council. Special code of conduct for special council. A lot of specials. Something about commit to serving with integrity, impartiality, adhere to highest ethical standard, abide by the general COC, disclose any conflict of interest, maintain confidentiality, strive for resolution with disputes, and maintain active, transparent communication. Cool. Administrative resources. Now let's see if we have any of this in here. Resources. Okay, so not really. So we're gonna keep on talking because this seems to be like an expansion of the bylaws almost. So for administrative resources, they will engage TSB Gaming Limited. So if you don't remember, when I say the Sandbox Game Company, as we explained in episode 34, right? Episode 34, the birth of the DAO. Okay. When we went through all of this here, this whole thing, at the very end, when we got past ApeCoin DAO, oh, way past that. Almost here. Okay. We got past the ApeCoin DAO. We talked about how Animoca Brands was connected to some of this. And you think that the Sandbox Game Company is owned by Animoca Brands. It is, but not exactly. It is owned by Animoca Brand owns Bacasable, which I didn't know this is French for sandbox. So that's meta right there. So Animoca Brands, which is based out of Hong Kong, Virgin Islands, can't really tell, owns Bacasable Global Limited, which is based out of Malta. Bacasable Global Limited owns TSB Gaming Limited, the Sandbox Game Limited. And they used to be based out of Paris, but they are now based out of Malta. And again, just to show you all, this was all publicly available. Okay, you can go to this website now, Malta's business registry, and see that it's owned, who it's owned by. And what you do is you go down to share capital. And if you go down to share capital, you'll see Bacasable Global Limited owns 452,000 shares, which I don't see any other shareholders, so I guess I interpreted that as owned by. Okay. So Bacasable Global Limited owns TSB Gaming Limited. That is the Sandbox Game Company. So that's what I mean when I say that. Okay. Where were we going with that? We were talking about here TSB Gaming Limited, right? The Sandbox Foundation will engage TSB Limited. So the Sandbox DAO Foundation, one separate entity in the Cayman Islands, will engage the Sandbox Gaming Limited, a separate entity in Malta, to provide support services either directly through its affiliates to affect decisions of the Sandbox DAO. These services include, but not limited to, software development, finance. That's a big one. We've been getting about a $15 million SAN endowment from the Sandbox Gaming Limited, hence to stand up. And I used to cover that a lot in my Sandbox DAO checkbook and the what am the checkbook and the how can I forget that? me a second. Sandbox DAO, checkbook, and the scoreboard. Right. Right, of course. And I used to cover that every single episode, but I haven't been able to keep up with it as of late. And yeah, it looks like this. So I haven't been able to keep up with it a little bit. But here's a checkbook where you saw SIP number 3. That was the SIP where we received 15.5 million sand. So that was SIP number 3. And that was in June. And then we had SIP 15.5 million sand across these categories at the top, these 9 categories. And we're about to get another one here very soon. It should be SIP number 23 or 24. So I haven't updated since SIP 17. Ever since SANDDAO podcast, SIP did not pass, so I just kind of let that one go. But anyways, and then the scoreboard kept track of what was approved, closed, submitted, withdrawn, not approved, all that. It was very useful for what I needed it for. Anyways, in addition, the Sandbox Foundation will engage Arasakio to manage the DAO's governance process. As we learned with Hervé in he was a DAO delegate interview. Must have been in the 40s, I think. SANDDAO 40 something. All right, there we go. Hervé was episode 44. Hervé revealed that he also had a little bit to do with the founding of the Sandbox DAO. He did some early advice. Gave some early advice to Seb and I think Arthur Madrid, the two co-founders of Sandbox. So that was cool. That was really cool to hear. All right, so rationale and benefit. These services are intended to assist the DAO during its initial rollout and may be reassessed in November 2024. That's going to pass, so it's been reassessed and it's continued. Together, we are not just building a platform, but a legacy. Okay? Risk analysis. We recognize the complexities expected to evolve with time, and that has definitely happened. A lot of evolution over time. And the arrival of Kunta with all of the increased transparency that he has been able to achieve has definitely accelerated that evolution, and we're very grateful. I'm very grateful. I love it. Implementation plan, May through November, DAO phase 1 and 2, which was curate SIPs, all that stuff. And after November 2024, which we're now in phase 3, as the DAO evolves, it is expected the Constitution, which is the bylaws, again, bylaws, will change to reflect most effectively the voices of all the community, including by adjustments to reduce disparities in voting power. The role of the administrators will change, and the community will have even more power to propose and vote on SIPs. So they don't define when that's going to happen, but they have talked frequently about that as in spaces, on discourse, as things evolve. And it basically boils down to they will give that power, even more power, when they believe the time is right and the community can handle it. Okay, so resources required, special member compensation, that's described in the bylaws. Compensation for admin team, I think it is, I'm not sure. And then legal review. And then monitor metrics. So different metrics of percentage of landholders to participate in at least one vote, percentage of daily active gamers and creators to participate in at least one vote, percentage of voters joined the snapshot space, which had a big, huge increase in Alpha Season 4. A lot of new voters came to Snapshot. So that was good. And now here we are. The Constitution. Is there anything else we need to go over before we hit that? I think we hit it. Then we hit everything we needed to that was not in the bylaws, but it makes the bylaws more easy. In the same way that SANDDAO 56 was the reading of all of the Cayman Island laws, SIP 1 SIP 1 is helping us to read the Constitution next. All right, here we go. In the beginning, this Constitution describes the governance framework for the Sandbox DAO, which represents the global community engaged in the Sandbox Metaverse. Section 1, Visions and Values. Again, SIP 1 mentions this. One community, many parts. We are a metaverse, a mixture of games, communities, and interactive experiences that bridges culture, art, fashion, music, and entertainment. All people and ideas are welcome here. We meld diverse cultures and people from around the world to build meaningful connections. Okay? The next vision, working with impact. We are one community actively working together to build a better world. Everything we do derives from purpose, from the experiences we build to the interactions we have. The next vision is empowerment. In our community, every voice matters. Your participation in our ecosystem through digital ownership allows you to shape the future of the sandbox. We use our authority for good, ensuring that we make decisions as a collective that empower everyone in your community to realize their potential. The next vision, transparency. Transparency is a cornerstone of our operations. We believe in fostering an open and inclusive environment where decisions, information, and processes are shared openly with our community. Our economic policies are designed to be fair and transparent, and our decentralized approach ensures equitable governance. We actively involve our community in the decision making process, empowering them to shape the direction of our platform. Through transparency, we strive to build trust and maintain an engaged and informed community every step of the way. So, fun fact, the Sandbox, SANDDAO, so this podcast you were listening to on our 60th episode, most of our episodes have been geared toward this transparency piece, trying to establish more transparency and obtain more clarity on what's happening. Because at the very beginning, it wasn't quite so clear and transparent what was happening. And Digging in the Sand podcast, episodes 1 and 2, really helped communicate why that was. And I am okay with that. I get it. I understand why they did the way they unveiled things the way they did. And if you want to know more about that, I highly recommend it because it kind of summarizes the past 8 or 9 months that we've been a DAO. And it was a reaction to, which one was it? I did a reaction to the digging in the sand. There it is. Episodes 50 and 52. So not that long ago, only a few months ago. Transparency Has Come, a reaction to SANDDAO podcast episode 1. And I did Transparency Continues, reaction to SANDDAO podcast, Digging in the Sand episode 2. And then episode 53 was a reaction to SANDDAO podcast episodes 3 and 4. All right, so check out SANDDAO 50, 52, and 53, and you'll get a summary of how things happened in the months leading up to Digging in the Sand podcast. And my reaction to everything that they talk about, which was awesome. I loved Digging in the Sand and how Kunta and Cyril talked through the transparency of everything. So there's a reason why it says Transparency Has Come for episode 50 in November, and the DAO launched in May. There's a very good reason why I named it that. And it wasn't to say that, anyone did anything bad. I understand why, but until November, I didn't understand. A lot of us didn't understand. And that's just kind of how the way things went when it came to the particulars of what the DAO admin team was focusing on, their priorities, and trying to get the biggest bang for their buck in creating a healthy DAO. So, water under the bridge, no harm, no foul now. And let's get back to our Constitution. Check out 50, 52, and 53. I highly recommend it. Okay, back again. Okay, so we are on the bylaws. Section 2 of the bylaws, the Sandbox Improvement Proposals, SIPs. Okay, what is a SIP? Actually, let's go over the headers first. So the headers of Section 2 is, they're not numbered, so I'm just going to go through it as best I can. What is a SIP? Submitting a SIP. conflicting SIPs. All right, and that's it. All right, so the first section, a first subsection of section 2. What is a SIP? A sandbox improvement proposal, or SIP, is a proposal aiming at engaging the community in a mixture of games, interactive experiences that bridges culture, art, fashion, music, and entertainment, but also challenges slash improves on the mechanics of the DAO itself. This may include financial SIPs involving a proposed allocation of digital assets for the Sandbox Foundation's treasury. Okay, so that was SIP number 3, where we got 15.5 million sand, and it'll be at the end of this month where we get another batch. The next also may include ecosystem non-financial SIPs that recommend changes or enhancements to the Sandbox Metaverse platform. So I showed you earlier SIP number 22, my SIP, the resolution options and window resizing. That one is an example of this ecosystem non-financial SIP. It was a recommended feature change. All right, and then the third thing that it may include is a governance SIP that proposed changes to the Sandbox DAOs or the Sandbox Foundation's governing documents and processes. Ever since we had a big shift in the way the DAO was approached in October. That was episode number. When was that? So episode number 33. Okay, episode number 33, reaction to the DAO Medium article. That was the precursor to the big change that happened in later October. Okay, so then episode 35 is the new SIP process. That's when the change occurred. A lot of changes happened there. A lot of changes happened in October. And one of the things that happened was all of the governance SIPs, things that they consider to be governance SIPs. I think they had a different word for it. What is it? Let's take a look. So as you go scroll down, so let's scroll down. Progressive decentralization. Here we go. There we go. DAO centric SIPs. That's what they called it. So if it was a DAO centric SIP, which is basically what is described here as a governance SIP in the bylaws, then it was no longer allowed to be a SIP. You had to do it through a features request on the DAO's forum through discourse. Okay, so that is now that has been the case since October. They've been doing that. So there you go. Governance SIPs that propose changes to the Sandbox DAOs or Sandbox Foundation's governing documents and processes. Okay. And then submitting a SIP. SIP must be aligned with the Sandbox DAO's vision and values as set forth in this Constitution, adhere to the code of conduct posted on the Sandbox DAO's website, and follow the SIP template available on the Sandbox DAO's official website. SIP submissions and approvals. SIP submission and approval will adhere to the following workflow. Step 1, initial submission. Step 2, project management review. Step 3, moderator review. Step 4, community review. Step 5, special counsel review. Step 6, voting. Step 7, implementation. That changed in November. Okay, so as a reminder, I mentioned that was here, SIP episode number 33, SANDDAO 33, and SANDDAO 35. And let me show you what that was. And so here's a little primer, a little reminder of what it was. In episode 35, we went over the SIP process, which was the old one that they originally started off with May. It was a 5-step process, even though this says 7. Here it says 7. When you count it out, it's really 5 steps. And 5 steps. But then the new process in October increased that to 8. And so the flow chart used to look like that. And I submitted maybe 8 SIPs at this point. So I've seen this, I've done this a lot. So it's really, this is the process, what was in May. And then this is the new process in October, where it got a little bit lengthier. There's a little bit more review stuff going on. So that was episode 35. All right. So step 1 was initial submission. Submit SIP to the administrators engaged by the Sandbox Foundation for the instructions on the Sandbox DAO's website. I have a feeling all these steps were amended, and the bylaws were amended after October. This is the May, so maybe we should ask for the October version, or the whatever the latest version is. All right, that was step 1. Step 2, project management review. The Sandbox DAO project management team to engage with the author to review and help curate the proposal. Step 3, moderator review. The administrators review the SIP for its compliance with the requirements above. If accepted at the administrator's discretion, the SIP will be posted to discourse. Step 4, community review. The community will have 14 days to review and discuss the SIP on discourse. Step 5, special counsel review. Concurrently with the community review, the special counsel will review the SIP and publish its recommendation in accordance with the process set forth in section 4 below. Step 6, upon close of the community review period, the administrators will publish the SIP to snapshot for voting pursuant to section 3 below. Section 7, implementation. If approved, the SIP will be referred to the Sandbox Foundation and the administrators for implementation. All right, as I mentioned, that process has changed. It changed in October. So now SIP 1, you submit your SIP to the ideas forum, subforum, and then whenever the DAO admin team believes that that is ready or it's received enough support, they will invite you to submit your SIP via a form. Then the DAO admin team reviews that. You go through a bit of curation there. The special counsel recommends it, or reviews it and recommends. Then it goes through a review and refine process. And then it goes to SIP public discussion in the SIP ideas. I'm sorry, in the active SIP. And then it goes to the snapshot for 14 days, and then it gets implemented. So that's the new. And if anytime it gets rejected, you have to wait 3 months for a resubmittal. That's the new process. Okay, so conflicting SIPs. If a SIP directly conflicts with another SIP that is currently up for a vote, the SIP posted second time will not be put up for a vote until a decision is made on the earlier SIP to avoid approval of opposing requirements. Okay, so I'm just reading straight from the bylaws. To avoid wasting community resources, a SIP that directly conflicts with a previously approved SIP cannot go to vote until 3 months after the previously approved SIP has been implemented. Okay. Now we move on from section 2 to section 3. Section 3 is voting. Criteria for membership. It's only needed to have sand and or land in your wallet. And Kunta says this all the time. If you have sand, if you have land, you are already a DAO member. Holders of sand and land tokens may cast votes based on their holdings of sand or land as follows. 1 sand equals 1 vote. 1 land equals 4,500 votes. I have a little helpful thing. I'm going to show this. Huh. I haven't shown this in quite a while. But you know what? It's still active. Still. So this right here. 1 sand equals 1 voting power. 1 land equals 4,500. And this was an early version of what I am doing now. But here we go. And so some extended knowledge there is that So 30 million, there's 30 million total supply. So 30 million times 1 is a maximum of 30 million voting power. Oh, that doesn't sound right. Hold on, just give me a second. Look up CoinGecko. What, 30 million? We're going to take a CoinGecko. Look at CoinGecko for a second. Market cap is that. Blah, 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 blah. 3 billion is the total supply. That sounded, I thought that sounded really, really low. So here, total supply is 3 billion. So let's update this slide, even though I barely show it. So 3 billion is, maybe I did it because of what the total circulating supply was. No, 2 billion. Okay. I'm not sure where I got 30 million from. Okay, let's go back to where we were looking at. So 1 SAN equals 1 voting power. There is 3 billion max supply. Should have done that. Yep. 3 billion max supply. So that's 3 billion voting power up for grabs. And I think the sandbox has quite a lot. I think it's 27 million, probably way more than that. 1 land equals 4,500 voting power. There's a max of 464,000 lands. And at 4,500 voting power, that's 749 million voting power. Okay? So, my bad. That calculation is wrong. So, 3 billion plus 749 million equals 3.749 billion voting power. Yeah. Good correction on that one. All right. So the voting process, each SIP requires 30 million quorum. Oh, that's probably why I did that. Okay. So each SIP requires 30 million quorum, which is 1% of the 3 billion sand max supply. So that's how we get 30 million. Okay. Each SIP requires greater than 50% majority yes vote to pass. Okay. Let's take a look real fast at our current SIP. The current SIP we have voting on is Women in Tech Global Summit. And I interviewed Ayumi just this past week. So episode 58, past week or two ago, interviewed Ayumi for Women in Tech. Take a look at that. That is currently what we are voting on now. And let's take a look at what it is. So yes, 18.58%, and no, 17.26%. And so if it says a majority yes, then it will pass. Just because it says majority abstain doesn't mean it's going to decline. So maybe I do need to update. Let's update this slide again to make it very accurate. Okay, so we've got each SIP requires a majority yes vote to pass that. There. That makes sense. So in this case, if it concludes in 3 days and the yes vote still has 18%, even though the sandbox wallet accidentally voted and voted by mistake with the wrong wallet, so they changed it to abstain. Even though that's happened, it will still carry the day. The yes vote will. Okay. Let's go back to the Constitution. All right. And voting. Voting will take place via snapshot and or Sandbox DAO website. So that's this here, snapshot, or the Sandbox DAO website, which is up here, voting SIPs. And I did a whole review on the website. I think it was when we reviewed the new I'm pretty sure it was when we did the new SIP process. I think that's when I did the review of the website there. Okay. All right, we're continuing with our reading of the bylaws. Voting will take place via snapshot and or the Sandbox DAO website. New SIP that required guidelines will be launched in batches every other Wednesday at 9 p.m. CET, which is Paris time, and will be closing 14 days later at 9 p.m. CET. Holders of sand and or land will have 14 days from the close of the community review period set forth in Section 2 to cast their vote. The voting opens immediately upon launch. The voting options for a live SIP are determined at SIP creation. To prevent Sybil attacks. Remember what that is. What is a Sybil attack? Sybil attack is a cybersecurity attack where an attacker creates multiple fake identities to gain control of a network. The attacker uses these fake identities, or Sybils, to undermine the network's authority and gain access to sensitive information. Okay. It's a picture of that. Oh, gotcha. Right on. We require, so to prevent Sybil attacks, we require a minimum of 5 sand or 1 land to be able to vote. Quorum. Except as provided below, a SIP may be approved by a majority vote in favor, with a minimum of 1% of outstanding sand token supply participating. So that's the 30 million. So 1 billion times 1%, that's 30 million. Any SIP proposing to amend the Sandbox DAO Constitution may be approved only by a 2/3 majority vote in favor, with a minimum of 5% of the outstanding sand token participating. Ooh. Okay, I forgot about that one. So let's modify our little slide. Each constitutional SIP requires 5%. So 5% billion sand max supply is 300 million. No, it's not. Hold on. I did not math that properly. $150 million. Wow. That's a lot. We have never reached that. There. Let's make it like that. That way it's still... There we go. That works. Okay. Any SIP proposing to amend maybe... Okay, good. Section 4, Special Counsel. Purpose. The Special Counsel exists to review and advise on SIPs in alignment with the Sandbox DAO's vision and values and code of conduct. Roles and responsibilities. The role of the Special Counsel is to review and make a recommendation on each SIP as follows. Option 1, veto. Option 2, favorable recommendation. Option 3, negative recommendation. Option 4, neutral recommendation. So option 1, veto. The Special Counsel may veto a SIP only for one of the following reasons. The SIP does not comply with the DAO's vision and values, violates the code of conduct, and or involves an action in violation of applicable laws. The SIP is redundant with another existing SIP and has been implemented or is proposed and is pending a vote of the DAO. Or the SIP is a conflicting SIP as described in Section 2, and Section 2 was the sandbox improvement proposals process. Okay. Option 2, favorable recommendation. The special counsel determines that the SIP is in the interest of the DAO community and recommends a vote in favor. Option 3, negative recommendation. Special counsel determines the SIP is not in the interest of the DAO community and recommends a vote against the SIP. Option 4, neutral recommendation. The special counsel makes no determination in favor of or against the SIP and issues a neutral recommendation. Voting and accountability. A minimum of 3 members is required to vote on any special counsel recommendation. Is that why one of them recently came through without a recommendation at all? That might be why. I noticed that for the first time. It was not applicable. All right, next. The special counsel recommendation shall be based on the majority vote of special members participating in such vote. Next, each special counsel recommendation will be unsigned. Next, the special counsel may veto a SIP only if at least 3 members vote in favor of such veto. Any veto must be accompanied by a public statement of the special counsel explaining the rationale behind the veto. Okay. Membership. Special counsel shall be composed of 5 members. Candidates may be proposed by SIP to elected pursuant to the procedure set forth in Section 3. Each proposed candidate must 1. Own SIP and or land. 2. Submit public position paper outlining their qualifications and goals for the Sandbox DAO. And 3. Pass a background check or similar compliance review to confirm compliance with Cayman Islands and other applicable laws. In the event of a vacancy, the administrators will, as soon as practicable, call for a SIP to replace the removed or departed special council member. Until a replacement is elected, the seat vacated by the removed or departed member shall remain empty. What's up, Yuma? Hey, in the chat. Thanks for stopping by. I'm still going 5.5 hours later. We're almost done, though. Almost there. All right, next up. The next section is compensation. Here we go. If I have a question, it might be here. Let's get back to our bylaws questions. Compensation. Special council members may be compensated for their services. The compensation for the initial special council members will be 110,000 sand per year and per member. The compensation for special council members may be changed by a SIP approved pursuant to Section 3. What's Section 3? Oh, the voting process? Okay. Got it. Do we have any questions about this? I feel like we should have a question here. All right, this is page 6. So far, no questions except maybe here. Page 6, section 4. So what's the question? 100,000 sand per year and per member. I don't know if we have a question, but I want to reference the fact that this is there. Because sometimes people forget, and sometimes I forget where it is. All right, term and removal. Except for the initial members of the special council whose term shall commence upon approval of the first SIP of the Sandbox DAO and will end December 31st, 2025, each member of the special council shall serve a term of 1 year, unless earlier removed as provided for below. Members may be reelected but may not serve more than 3 consecutive terms. I wonder why that is. Why 3 consecutive terms? Is it kind of like we don't want people to get too comfy, or if they find a way to game the system, that they're going to continue to be on the special council for life? Maybe. Okay. Next bullet point. A special council member may be removed and replaced before the end of the member's term pursuant to an approved SIP. Okay. Next point. A special council member may also be removed if they are determined by a vote of the other 4 special council members to have breached the code of conduct, listed in any economic sanctions list, or are designated as a politically exposed person, subject to censure or sanctions by a securities exchange or regulator or similar government entity, convicted of a felony or equivalent crime or a crime of moral turpitude. I think turpitude just means something bad. Moral turpitude is a legal term that refers to behavior that is immoral, deviant, or wicked. It can also refer to behavior that is unethical, unjust, or violates social standards. Examples are fraud, theft, inflicting bodily harm, reckless or malicious offenses, lewd intent, stolen things, robbery, trespasses, voluntary manslaughter. Okay. Or mentally incapacitated as determined by 2 licensed medical doctors. All right. I went over this in depth because this was carried over into the new SIP process, and I had a lot to say about it. I still think it's there. Let's take a look. Is it still there? So we go to under submission guidelines, scroll down, scroll. Here's a checklist. Here's part of it. Some of this is in there, but it's mostly this, the ineligible SIPs. All right. So virtual asset services. This is why I didn't think it applied to us, because it wasn't allowed as a SIP. But then you've got project teams that are based in different countries, do not comply with local laws, exploitation or harm of people. I don't think the moral turpitude one is in here. But there was one about, what was it? Sanctions, right? Economic sanctions. That was the project teams here. These are the sanction ones, I suppose. So a lot of this, I had quite a bit to say on SANDDAO podcast, the new SIP process one that I've already mentioned a few times. All right. Section 5, Advisory Board. Purpose. The Sandbox DAO Advisory Board is composed of cultural ambassadors and strategic advisors who leverage their expertise and networks to guide the DAO toward achieving its vision of a decentralized, vibrant metaverse. Members are influencers in their field and are focused on shaping the cultural and technological landscape of the sandbox, fostering a community that values creativity, innovation, and inclusivity. Roles and responsibilities. Advisory board members will serve as cultural ambassadors and strategic advisors to the Sandbox DAO community, leveraging their expertise and networks to guide the DAO toward achieving its vision of a decentralized, vibrant metaverse. Members will focus on shaping the cultural and technological landscape of the sandbox, fostering a community that values creativity, innovation, and exclusivity. Inclusivity. Oh, geez. Inclusivity. Membership. Candidates may be proposed by SIP and elected pursuant to the procedures set forth in Section 3. Next, candidates should be leaders or influencers in their area of expertise, with a track record of achievement in a field aligned with the sandbox vision and values, and a demonstrated interest in and understanding of Web3 technology. Compensation. Advisory board members are not compensated. Advisory board members are not paid. Special council members are. Let's reference that.
So section 5, page what? 7. Almost there. Section 5. Okay. Term and removal, except for the initial members of the advisory board whose term shall commence upon approval of the first step of the Sandbox DAO and will end December 31st, 2025. Each member shall serve a term of 1 year, unless earlier removed as provided for below. Members may be reelected upon the expiration of their term. Advisory board members may be removed if they are determined by a majority of the special council members to have breached the code of conduct. Interesting. Listed in any economic sanctions listed or are designated as a politically exposed person. What is that? Is that like a legal term? In financial regulation, a politically exposed person, otherwise known as a PEP, is one who has been entrusted with a prominent public function. A PEP generally presents a higher risk for potential involvement in bribery and corruption by virtue of their position and the influence they may hold. So what financial regulation are we talking about here? While there is no global definition of a PEP, okay, that's exactly what I was looking for. Let's keep going though. Looks like there's more to that. Many countries base their definitions on those from the Financial Action Task Force on Money Laundering, FATF, from 2013. The FATF is an international body founded in 1989 on the initiative of the G7 and is hosted by OECD. Wait a minute, I think I've seen this before. OECD is the Office of Community Economic Development, headquartered in Paris, France, the Chateau de la Muette. That was terrible French. It's an international organization. Huh. Okay, so I don't see if they're NATO or UN related or EU. This looks like they're their own thing. Okay. Subject to censor or sanction by a securities exchange or regulator or similar governmental authority. Convicted of a felony or equivalent crime or a crime of moral turpitude or mentally incapacitated as determined by 2 licensed medical doctors. That's the end? That's it? We just hit the end. That, ladies and gentlemen and folks in the Sand Fam, is the end of our bylaws. All right. I didn't really have any questions there except just the one. Probably should have a second one, which is why can the AB be why can the AB be removed by SC? That was a weird one for me to see. So here are buzzwords. So advisory board members are not compensated and they're separately elected. So why? Why is that true? All right. So just those two. Cool. Very cool. We are done with the bylaws. There's only really one thing left. The remaining QAs, we did that already. So there's only one thing left, and that is to go over the entity search, the stamped document search, and the regulated entities. This is going to be easy. Very, very simple. Hey, Roxy. Oh my gosh. We're almost 6 hours into this thing. It's been a long, long road. We read through the bylaws. We read through the Articles of Association. We read through the Memo of Association. We did a nice little recap. We're almost done. We just finished the bylaws and we're now headed to entity search. So there's one last final thing I wanted to show you all before we pretty much conclude today's episode. And that's the entity search. Remember how I said in the beginning how if you look at the top right of the articles and the memos, you can see here this little stamp. It might be hard to read, but exempted foundation company registered and filed as November 404930. Oops, hold on. Exempted foundation company registered and filed as number 404930 on 20 November 23rd, 2023, signed by the assistant registrar. Here, it looks a little bit like this. Looks a little bit like this right here. Okay. So this is what I just read to you. That number 404930 on 20 November 2023. And then on the bottom was this number here, the authorization code, that F73130605971. If you go to these websites, you can search these documents. These documents are publicly listed and available. All right, so I did that for you, and I want to show you what it's like. Because all the stuff that I've been doing, all this research, all it is all it is just me Google searching stuff, looking stuff up, reading stuff. That's all this has been. Anyone can do it. You can do it. I wanted to do it for myself because I wanted to understand what it was the DAO was. I wanted to understand how we DAO. I wanted to DAO better and I wanted to learn. So I set out to figure out what the DAO was about, and it led me on this huge, long road of researching. I mean, this is it in a nutshell. Started with episode 34 when I started investigating the TSB DAO beginnings. Then I looked into that led me to reading the Cayman Islands law. That led me to reviewing the existing case law because people kept talking about Lido DAO and BZX DAO and Oki DAO, all these things that were affecting and giving people pauses and concerns, all these things. And I wanted to know more about that. So we talked to a lawyer. Then we wanted to know more about Cayman Island foundation companies from the Cayman Island lawyers. So we were able to find two from Walker's Global who graciously gave their time to share. And now we're here in part 4, which is a read through of all the documents that are important to us and how we run things. So the final thing is the entity search. If you go to the General Registry of the Cayman Islands and you go to Online Tools, then you go Company Search. Here's the website. You can look for it yourself. Here are the terms that I searched. Okay, you'll see this on the left, this entity search thing, and you can type in people's names. You can type in anything you want. And I was just searching to find the people that I was trying to locate on this relationship map that I did in episode 34. I was trying to find them, and as I was researching them, I came across this entity search. And here, you just input the name of the stuff you know to search for. And for me, I knew to search for Sandbox Foundation. I knew to search for Maples Group. All these things that were in the SIPs and the founding documents, the Constitution that we just read through. Okay. But even more than that, we knew what the document numbers were. Okay. So let's step through this. First of all, you search who you want to find. All right. So if you do that, if you search Sandbox Foundation, all right, this is what you'll find. Hit search after you type it in, and you see Sandbox Foundation under the entity name, you'll see company details, director details, and detailed search. In order to see the actual contents of those documents, you have to pay a $60 or $61 fee for that documentation to be furnished to you. I chose not to do that because I wanted to keep it all public and just not make that a little complicated for myself. And one day I might, but that's publicly available for anyone in accordance with Cayman Island law. That's one of the reasons why you're paying for the secretary, so that she can continually do this sort of stuff and make it available and keep it up to date. So you can do that. You can find the company just by searching the name. And if you search all the other entities like Maples Group, ICS, IPA, you'll also find hits for them. Information you can find out because they have to be registered per the law that we read in episode 56. But that's not all. If you go to CIMA, not CIMA. If you go to the registry.gov.ky/verify, which is right here at the bottom of that authorization code, it tells you what website to go to. So I went to that website. And when I went to that website, I looked at the file number here, and I looked at that auth code, and I clicked their verification, their handy dandy little search button thing. Okay. You type in the authorization code, you type in the entry file number, both of which we have, and then it will give you this. Well, okay. So it was here, and then you take those two things, you enter those two things in here. So you go from that to that, and then it will tell you, hey, look, this document was really stamped. It's true. It's real. And here's the date it was stamped on. And then you get to read this part. So this is what it says. This stamped document was issued by the Cayman Islands General Registry for the Sandbox Foundation on date 21 November 2023. Type of stamped document is the Article of Association. Boom. How about that? So this just confirms. It's kind of like that age-old trust but verify. This is the verification part of the trust that that document is real. All right, and then there's one more step. So in CIMA, the Cayman Islands Monetary Authority, that's where you can see people and entities who are registered directors, registered secretaries, all the people that you need to make sure that you're abiding by Cayman Islands law. All right, so what I did is I started searching people's names and I started searching entity names that we knew of. Okay, so all this looks like is you go to the Cayman Islands Monetary Authority, you go to search entities, okay, type in their names, and then you'll see tons of stuff pop up. So for me, I typed in Maples, right? So Maples Group, they were one of the people who were asked to help put all this together. And there they are, right there. Here's their reference numbers. Now, Maples just so happens to have a bunch of different registered entities with CIMA, so they got a bunch of hits. Could be any one of them. Not really sure which one. Maybe Maple Secretaries, Cayman Limited. Okay, but it's a trust type, so I don't really know exactly what I'm looking at here. But Maple's Corporate Services Limited, that looked like a big hit, and then Maple Secretaries, that also looked like a hit. Okay, so then you can also look at, right? You remember ICSL, the one that is the principal agent is Mr. Alberga, the one who owns the legal advisory thing. So if you type in ICS and I didn't know whether to put L limited or type out limited, so I just put ICS and International Corporation Services. Got to hit right away. There it is. They're a company manager, and they've been a company manager since December of 1985. All right, then. So it looks like these people have been around for quite some time. Okay. So if you search these things, you will get the same results I do. And just to kind of hint, nudge, if you really want to, if you are part of the ApeCoin DAO, then you can do the same thing. Ape Foundation, and there your hit. There's your hit right there. And if you really, really want to, you can also search some of the other people that were recently, or not recently, but that were also as part of an AIP approved to do business. So web slingers, you can find them. You can find Bridgestream. You can find a lot of people. And so if you search the same website we just showed you, here's their entity name, and you can pay the $68 for their details for Ape Foundation. And then for CIMA, you can see Bridgestream, which is part of the company that partnered with Web Slingers. Here's Bridgestream's registration. And this is the concluding thing for episode 34. When we went over this in detail, and if you recall, at the end of episode 34, I did that nice little disclosure that I was an ape holder. And then we talked about the ApeCoin DAO who runs it because earlier we found a connection through AIP1 with the Cartan group. All right, so what I did was I investigated that connection just a little bit and made my disclosure that I am an ape holder and that when we were trying to look at who was actually running the ApeCoin DAO, we found out that through AIP 196, when when Cartan Group was not renewed, and Web Slingers and Crestbridge, which later became Bridgestream Group, did take their spot. AIP 196. So Web Slingers and Bridgestream now are the ones who are the company management services. So that is a conclusion of this is the conclusion of that. So if you want to find who is running your DAO and they are a Cayman Islands entity, you want to first get your hands on the document if you can, the articles and the memos. But if not, you can still search the entity on the online tools and company search in myegov.ky. You can also search registry.gov.ky to verify a document name and number if you have it, like that. And you can search CIMA, which is the registered authority for giving out licenses and qualified persons. And you just search the name of stuff. You can find them. Find the reference number. You can probably put that reference number in here, a search, find it there as well. This is how you can not only trust but verify, but also be involved. If you want to be more involved in the governance of stuff, this is how you do it. All right. Last remaining thing was the remaining questions. All right. So the remaining questions tab here, I was going to put everything in here, but at this point, let's just go. Remaining questions from SANDDAO 34. I had a bunch of questions about who had control of what, all these wallets. Cyril did end up answering quite a number of them in the discourse. So I'll just briefly put them here. And you can, again, I'll start from the beginning again. So here are the questions I had. And you can go to on the forums. Here it is. I did a Discord or discourse post. This is what it's called. You can search it. DAO admin team Q&A request on upcoming review of the Sandbox DAO Foundation, Constitution, Articles, and Memos. This is back in October 2024. I had told them this was coming, and I asked a bunch of questions. Oh, there we go. I asked a bunch of questions. I gave them all the questions to answer and all that stuff, and they ended up answering quite a bit. Okay, so this is that. So these questions here, I'll pause for a few seconds so you can pause the video. Here's the next batch of questions. Here's the next batch of questions. I'll zoom in on the top. Then I'll go to the bottom. Then here is the last batch of questions that were answered. I'll zoom in a little bit more. And I'll scroll down to the bottom. There you have it. Those are the answer questions. But let's go to the remaining questions, which we compiled as we went along. So for our questions, the remaining questions of the Articles of Association, and I will try to ask everyone I can, the lawyers that we had on for SANDDAO 59. I'll also post those questions on the discourse. I'll try and get either the director, Michael Robinson, or Cyril on, or some sort of follow up. We'll see. But let's go with that is wait, what? Oh, excuse me. Memo of Association was the first batch of questions we had. And let's see, is a memo equivalent to articles of incorporation or organization in the US? I think the answer to that is yes. For question two is, does the VASP apply to TSB DAO Foundation, which is a virtual asset service provider? And that's because there's a reference of digital asset words, but also, right, reference TSB DAO website, prohibited SIPs. Forgot about that one. Do we still have that up? We sure do. Let's take a snapshot of that. Little screenshot. Then put it on our what we got going on here. Here it is. This one. Taken straight from the website. Okay. And okay, so that's it. The Virtual Asset Service Provider Act, does it apply to the Sandbox DAO Foundation? Question three is our director a licensed director under the Directors Registration Licensing Act or licensing law? Question four, does the Securities Investment Business Securities Investment Business Act apply to the TSB DAO Foundation? Check. Question five, who are the beneficiaries and is it SanFam? Question six, is this protecting the DAO's assets? We're talking about the land, sand, and NFT collection from being unreasonably gifted or given to the Sandbox DAO Foundation staff, like the director or whoever else, from them just giving themselves stuff that we don't believe they earned. Question seven, does this relate to the memberless part that removes the profit incentive for maximization of shareholder value required by a fiduciary duty of the director? Question eight, why is the founder role only mentioned here? It's not clear who or what this is. Question 11, who is the founder? All right, then we move on to our questions for Articles of Association. Question 10, we're just going to continue the numbering. Does the mention of revised mean that it always references the latest revision of the Foundations Company Act of 2017 and the Companies Act of 2003? Question 11, please explain the nature of the sentence, the foundation company's general nature of business is holding company securities. All right, so we'll see question 4 on that one, which was about whether or not the Securities Investment Business Act applied. All right. Question 12, is the company IP&A led by Michael Robertson, which is our director? And if not, who is? IP&A is International Protectors and Advisors. And and that's not ICSL, the International something. The International Corporation Surfaces Limited, which the key principal for that is Michael Alberga, who is part of our legal team, part of TTA. Travers Thorpe Alberga. Question 13. Does free of any duty mean fiduciary duty? And if not, what else? Question 14. And may be exercised for the founder's own benefit is a quote we took. Does this mean that they get to disregard the Memorandum of Association, page 3, section 9? And that was section 9 where all of the expansion stuff. Section 9. Memorandum of Association, page 3. Oh, page 4, excuse me. That's why. So page 4, section 9, which is where each member undertakes to contribute to the assets of things getting wound up, and then they only have to pay $1 if there's a liability thing going on. Section 15. Is there a contradiction here? The founder may irrevocably revoke his or her own powers, but has the power under Section 3.2i to change the MOA, Memorandum of Association, and the Articles of Association however they want. And Section 3.6 and Section 3.7 says it only terminates upon winding up. The power says the power, the founder's power, only terminates upon winding up. Question 16. Does this mean that if a founder makes a decision and then their power terminates, the decision must be upheld after they leave, such as appointing a new supervisor and then the founder leaves before that supervisor is appointed, that decision getting reversed? Okay. Question 17. Did the initial subscriber become the founder or director? Question 18. Is the special counsel or advisory board considered members? If not, what are they? Section 19. Question 19. Can the founder overturn this irrevocable prohibition? Question 20. The quote may restrict or prohibit members. How do all the positions interact day to day? Question 21. Does quote may extend all the powers of the foundation company, end quote, mean the director can exercise the founder's powers? Question 22. Is this extra to the fiduciary duty or does it only reinforce it? Question 23. Is the code of conduct for the TSP DAO's approved delegates considered a committee? Is the special counsel an advisory board? Question 24. Quote, have at least one supervisor who is not a director, end quote. Where did we read the supervisor could be the director? I couldn't figure it out. I remember reading something like that. Question 25. May call for such reports accounts. Oh, I don't think I put my question there. I'll have to figure that one out later. Question 26. The beneficiary shall have an enforceable right. Put in quotations. What enforceable right is that? And 27. We need more clarity on the restriction notice power. There wasn't any mention of it. How does that play into any of this? Question 28. Is the assistant secretary required to be a qualified person? Question 29. Why does the accidental omission supervisor not invalidate? Why does the accidental omission not invalidate the proceedings? And we had some loopholes there that we contemplated that were apparently okay under the way that it was written. Question 30. Quote, no business shall be transacted at a general meeting, end quote. What is business? We think we might know because of the way it's defined in reference section 2, but I don't know. There's enough there I don't know. Question 31. Who is the chairman? They aren't mentioned anywhere before. Question 32. What does "and the matters" mean in that sentence? That's section 13.1. Question 33. Who is the auditor? They aren't mentioned anywhere before. Question 34. How enforceable is, quote, members, directors, and supervisors as such have no power or authority to wind up, end quote, and also in quotes, or petition to court, end quote, when the founder's roles are optional. Question 35. Who are the indemnified parties? This section grants broad liability waiver if legal was involved in the action. That seems like could be anything. Seems like it could be anything. Used to indemnify anything, right? Maybe that's the point. Don't know. Question 36. This seems to encompass about everything about the Sandbox DAO Foundation, and we're referring to the bylaws. This seems to encompass everything about the TSB DAO Foundation. Does this section exclude anything? As in, is there anything something the bylaws can't touch? And that is my last and final question that I have remaining after looking everything over. All right. Oh, just kidding. Shoot, I forgot about the bylaws. So 36, so with 38 questions total. 38. So question 37, why 3 consecutive terms for the special counsel? What was the thought there? And then question 38, why can't the AB, the advisory board, be why is the AB able to be removed by the special counsel and not other AB people at advisory board? That seems strange to me. The AB doesn't actually seem to have much power, whereas the special counsel does. So we're giving the special counsel power to remove the people who are not being compensated. Something about that doesn't make full sense to me. And that's it. 38 questions. Then we went over the entity search. We talked about how to search for things, how to find things in CIMA. And if you're ApeCoin DAO, then maybe there's something over here for you. And if you're Star Atlas, same thing. Same thing. And you can find, I know Star Atlas DAO makes their articles, has made their articles public. So you can do the same thing. You can search. It's all publicly available. And then we went over our remaining questions. And that is C slides. What slides do we need to look at for? Slides 33 through 49 for the 38 questions. That's a lot. That is a lot of questions. I'll give it to you. Maybe I'll prioritize them, but the order that I really want them answered. Okay, so we went over that already. And we already went over the remaining questions from SANDDAO 34 and the answers. They were mostly answered. That will bring us here to the end. That will bring us to the end. So let's talk about what happens next. We went through SANDDAO 34, which was a look into the origin of the Sandbox DAO. We went into reading the Cayman Islands law in SANDDAO 56. That's part 1 of our mini series. Then we went into the review of existing DAO case law, the practicing attorney in the United States. That was part 2, SANDDAO 57. Part 3 of our mini series for foundation companies came with a Q&A of Cayman Island lawyers from Walker's Global, 2 practicing attorneys there. That's SANDDAO 59. And part 4, which is what you're listening to now, I may end up breaking this up because this thing was 6 hours long. Unbelievably, 6 hours long. So I might break this up into multiple parts, but as of right now, it's a combined part 4 which was a reading of the Sandbox DAO documents. And if there are later parts, it'll likely be a Q&A, interview of the Q&A. Don't know yet who it's going to be. I might not even be able to get to it because I've been starting to devote my time elsewhere with SANDDAO podcast because the SANDDAO podcast was not funded. And if you want to learn more about that, you can go to episode 55, The Downfall of SIP 18, The Downfall of SIP 18, which was funding the SANDDAO podcast. So take a look at that one if you want to learn a little bit more about what is in store for SANDDAO podcast. And yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed this mini series. So much fun. This was so much fun. Took a lot of energy, took a lot of critical thinking, took money. I didn't pay for any information, but it took money to produce these episodes in a way that just it costs money to do a podcast. So unsure if I'm going to do more, but if I do, we now have the stage set for what that's going to look like. All right. What I will do is I will do a podcast on all my episodes. So I'm going to go through all of these. We just are about to conclude our 60th one. So Dunzo here in a second. 61 was going to be the sandbox ecosystem in the DAO. However, it's going to be about interviewing Whale DAO or Whale.me, Whale members. Sandbox DAO, Sandbox ecosystem in the DAO is something I really want to do before I end, but I might just run out of steam and not be able to get to it. And then this one, I'm working with the other side folks to see if they will have their project manager do a podcast with me. They recently just broke the Guinness World Record for something that I helped break back in 2016. So I organized the Guinness World Record breaking back in 2016, and they other side from ApeCoin DAO just broke it this past Saturday. Not this Saturday today, but last Saturday, 7 days ago. And I feel multiple ways about it. I mostly feel supportive, but I also feel a little bit sniped, taken aback, because I didn't see them go after this Guinness World Record until I mentioned it on the ApeCoin DAO forums to assist another AIP who wanted to go for another type of Guinness World Record, which is the largest Git tonic and gen in the world. So I mentioned my resume to let them know that, hey, I'm willing to help. I've done this before. And then 2 weeks later, or 3 weeks later, I see other sides trying to get that same world record that I mentioned multiple times in multiple places. So I feel a little weird about that because they never contacted me. They never talked to me about it. But now that they've broken it with over 2,000 players, huge congratulations to them. I would like to talk with their project manager and just kind of do like an ending, just like a kumbaya of sharing notes and understanding what they experienced for this Guinness World Record break, and then we can call it a day. Water under the bridge, everything else. I'll feel good after that. So I hope that they take me up on that. If not, uh, I have a solo episode I'm going to do on it that's pretty much ready to go. But I would much rather do the version where we work collaboratively and talk to each other about our experiences versus what I would go over, which is the history of it. And yeah, I'd much rather do the other version. So, Sandbox Faces, where do we get together as Sand Fam? On Discord, the Sandbox Game Discord. The channel is DAO Discussion. Also, we're on the Sandbox DAO forums, the discourse, it's part of the tech stack we mentioned earlier. On Twitter, hashtag SandFam, hashtag the Sandbox DAO, hashtag the Sandbox Game. Look up the Sandbox DAO and Arash Selective. Arash Selective does a newsletter, has been doing it for quite some time. Big shout out to Arash Selective. And then on YouTube, there is the Sandbox DAO YouTube page. Right? So right here. And then there is also And then there's also, Lanzer YT, which is SANDDAO. All right, so here it is. 60 episodes we're about to hit. And then last but not least, SandFam Cafe. They haven't been active in quite a few months, but they're normally weekly, interesting stuff between SandFam people. If you're into the X Twitter Spaces, on Monday is Mogaverse Hall. On Saturday is Bulls on the Block. Monday through Friday is Coffee with Captain. And on Tuesdays is Natively Digital. Tomorrow, I should be interviewing the Whale members, who are one of the largest, if not the largest, voting landowner in our DAO. Looking forward to that. Very interested, looking forward to that. Okay. I'm going to check to see if anyone is currently streaming for the sandbox. Nope, it's just me. So I will raid. Talk to me, Goose. Really cool guy. Big fan. Okay. Thank you all for your time. This was a really, really long one, but in the end, it was very important to go over. And we went over a whole bunch of stuff related to DAO structures, legal foundations, all the stuff. And I enjoyed this. I feel like we are pretty much completed. If I don't do any more of them, it'd be great. If I do more of them, also great. And yeah, today was part 4 of the Sandbox Foundation Company mini series, where we looked into the Memorandum of Association, Articles of Association, and the bylaws. This was episode 60. Thank you all for your time, and have a great day, Sam Fam.